Mhm. Okay, that's good. So yeah, I prepared to explain the Japan's strategic thinking, how to deal with the rise of China and somehow U.S. The not determine the strategic position in the Indo-Pacific. As you pointed out, you wrote my old essays to the NATO Defense College. I'm glad you've read it. At that time, Japan was kind of lonely because not many the serious players are not so seriously considering China's assertive role, and also how important making a balance against rising power and make it stability in the region. And but now, good news is that now United States is sharing such an idea, and also the major countries such as Australia, India join us, and also the European countries join us somehow, and the Canadian too, by the way. What is the bad news? Bad news. It's not so bad news, but probably not so good news is still the U.S. is not perfectly back in the region. Pivot, maybe, but maybe not. The reason is, you mentioned the U.S. pivot. Who was a planner of a pivot? That was Kurt Campbell. In the Obama administration, he served as Assistant Secretary of State in East Asia and the Pacific. And currently, he's the National Security Council's Indo-Pacific coordinator. So, by the way, I've been a longtime friend of Kurt Campbell. So I worked in the Center for Strategic International Studies when the Kurt Campbell served the vice president. He has been working on how to strengthen the U.S.-Japan alliance. I have been working on. In that sense, somehow we agree to the U.S.-Japan alliance is not only for defense of Japan, rather whole regional stability in the Indo-Pacific region. So that's very important. And not so good news for Japan is U.S. may be back, but not completely like U.S. did in the Cold War or just after Cold War era. Because U.S. The power is limited. U.S. cannot exercise full power like the old days, the superpower, single power. Instead, Kurt Campbell wrote a very interesting piece to the Foreign Affairs website with his senior director for China. I think, their model is not the hegemonic stability of the United States, but balance of power. Like a model was a concert of Europe in 18th century and 19th century. That was a famous thesis written by Henry Kissinger, European balance of power. That means the major powers in Indo-Pacific, that's clearly the Australia, India, Japan, really need to work more seriously with the US to counterbalancing Chinese assertive action. So I think Japanese people are realizing Japan needs to play a larger role in security. So Japan's FOIP, free and open in the Pacific, is a kind of the combination of such kind of realism, that's geopolitics or military power. And however, today's subject, geoeconomics, liberal side. Japan really needs to contribute to the maintain a regional economic order, that trade, investment, and finance. And Japan still has been the third largest economy in the world. Japan used to be the second largest, but unfortunately now China is far far beyond Japan's economic strength. But still, Japan's economic role, especially setting up the regional rule, is very crucial. So, again, in my previous the article in NATO Defense College, Japan needs European power. Why? European and the United States has been setting up a global liberal order after World War II. And not only Japan, but of course, India or Australia or China somehow are beneficial from such a stability and common regional rule. It seems to me China is now trying to get out from, or sometimes challenge the common rule, and in order to pursue their own interest. But, you know, the very important things is both in economy and politics. Our like-minded partners with the United States need to send a signal to the China would be the more happier with current economic and the regional rule. Right? It's not so easy to persuade rising power. For example, in the past, in the 1930s and the 40s, it was Japan who really broke the regional rule and eventually invaded China and the Pearl Harbor attack against the United States. So Japan knew. Sometimes it's very difficult for the rising power to be the self-restraint. But, you know, such a difficult work, Japan and partners, especially the Australia, India, is very important. By the way, I'd like to have a very recent event. What happened in October? Probably the world are worried about China and Taiwan's relation. Many people worried about a potential warfare between Taiwan and China, and could be the war between US and China. Of course, nobody wants a war. However, some miscalculation is very risky. In October, what happened is Chinese People's Liberation Army's aircraft violated Taiwan's air defense identification zone, as if. And I think October 2nd, 39 times. October 3rd, 55 times. October 4th, 56 times. That's largest. And in such assertive action, what Japan and the US and the European power and other allied powers is doing. In October 2nd and 3rd, Japan's self-defense forces, especially the helicopter carrier Ise, some people call such the carrier, we call the destroyer. However, whatever, the joint the UK, New Zealand, Canada, including 2 US aircraft carrier and also UK's aircraft carrier now visiting in the Pacific, Queen Elizabeth. Where? At the off the south coast of Okinawa. That's very close to Taiwan. And Okinawa is a place where US military base is located. So kind of the balancing act by the not only US, but the US and US military ally somehow made action. By the way, there's so many other practice with Indian military and Australian military, sometimes Indian Ocean, sometimes Pacific. I think such kind of activity, the kind of direction US is heading to. Again, US cannot deal with the rise of China only with United States. That's big departure from unilateralism of George W. Bush's the single US can solve anything. Unfortunately, 9/11 terror and Afghanistan and Iraq war somehow caused more trouble for the US is somehow wasting their power. And now US is focusing on more in the Indo-Pacific region. Why? Because that's center of US interest. First of all, if China control the Pacific, that's going to be big trouble for the US's own territorial defense. We Japanese remember in 1941, when Japan attacked Pearl Harbor, American people in the West Coast became very panic. Oh, Japanese Navy is coming to the offshore over West Coast. That was not true. But, you know, psychologically, US was not so secure if some enemy, potential enemy controlling the Pacific. That's one of the reasons. Very recent AUKUS framework. That's the cooperation between Australia, UK, and the United States, and promising providing the nuclear submarine to Australia. US is determined to control not only South China Sea, but the whole Pacific in I mean, the US and the US allied control. So that is very important. By the way, at the same time, economic order is a very important, economic rule is important. Recently, China suddenly opened, they would like to join a TPP, Trans-Pacific Partnership. That's a free trade agreement. Actually, US got out of TPP when US was led by Donald Trump. And Japanese former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe keep asking his friend Donald, come back to the TPP. But US didn't. And unfortunately, current administration, Biden is not showing. But that crucial moment, I think Japan and Australia clearly try to prevent China's participation. But other members of TPP may welcome China because China's market is attractive. It's time for US to come back. The US domestic politics is not so easier for the Biden administration to come back to. So such a kind of economic rule is very important too. By the way, the Japan somehow saved the TPP after Trump got out from TPP. And also Japan enacted the economic partnership agreement with the European Union. That was very important to saving the free trade regime. So again, let me conclude this. What Japan tried to do is realism, liberalism, try to the stability and the peace region and economic prosperity in the region. We believe that that's good for the Chinese interest in the long term, but short term, very difficult to persuade. That's effort continues. I'll stop here.
Thank you very much indeed, Watanabe-san, for your very interesting kickoff remarks, and I really appreciated you weaving the historical perspective and contemporary, and also highlighting Japan's understanding of its responsibility for security in your region. In Estonia, where I am based, we frequently actually note the affinity with Japan when it comes to values such as rule of law, democracy, multilateralism and international norms. And in our recent report, the ICDS even on cyber policies were identified. This is an important ground for bilateral cooperation and common action. But admittedly, Japan has a somewhat different historical baggage when it comes to some of its neighbors and also some more distant parts of the Indo-Pacific. How is Tokyo managing this transition to a more active, maybe even slightly more muscular foreign policy when it comes to the sensitivities of some of your neighbors, and even, as I say, some of the countries even further in the Indo-Pacific? And this is where your historical perspective also is very important to note.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you may realize I didn't mention the name of South Korea. Even South Korea is a US ally. So, believe me, personally, I joined the Japan-South Korea partnership, and clearly there's a common interest of South Korea and Japan. However, historical issues prevent to the smooth cooperation. And now Joe Biden, US president, is seriously trying to reconcile between Japan and South Korea. But that's the issue, clearly, history issue.
So we do still need American leadership to help sort things out, even not only in Europe, but also in your part of the world. I have being a moderator, I have a privilege of swapping a little bit around people in the order of appearance, and since there's certain kind of things that are brought up in the first intervention, I would like to actually now turn to Natasha Kassam, although she was last in the list of speakers, but I would like to turn to you now. And say, well, in a recent article, you argued that the hype about China is beginning to project the impression that war is inevitable. You even wrote that, and I quote, hysteria couched in terms of preparing Australians for coming challenges actually works in Beijing's favor. It allows the threat of war itself to be used as a political tactic, and you listed a number of reasons how, or examples of how it is being done. So basically you claim that Beijing is happy to induce catastrophism in the political and societal discourses in our countries, and this is quite a strong case for toning things down a few notches, I would say. But wouldn't that create the impression, if we tone things down, that we are kowtowing to Beijing, and isn't this kind of a hype maybe necessary to draw attention to China's shenanigans and to maintain legitimacy of the costs incurred in countering those shenanigans? So Natasha Kassam, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you so much for having me, and it's a real pleasure to be a part of this dialogue, even remotely as it is. Now, you're absolutely right about what I wrote. That was back in April, for context, or perhaps even earlier, maybe in February. And what was happening at that moment was, in Australia, there was this kind of feverish discussion about the idea of the drums of war beating. And this was coming from senior Australian officials who were essentially looking at China's behavior, particularly towards Taiwan, and saying, you know, our warriors need to be prepared to go overseas again. Now, fast forward a few months and you have what's happened in Afghanistan and Australia and other countries' withdrawal from there. You have the AUKUS announcement, and things look a little different from my perspective. What I was criticizing at that time was this kind of chest beating drum, you know, the drums of war, this kind of idea that this was inevitable, that we were going to end up in a very terrifying conflict in our region that has the potential to go nuclear, right? That, what I was warning against was treating that as inevitable. I think a conflict of that nature should always be seen as the worst case scenario that all parties are seeking to avoid. Now, certainly that doesn't mean that we need to concede any ground to China. It doesn't mean that we need to go softly. What I think it means is we need to take the robust diplomatic and other measures now that can avoid those scenarios. Now, I think AUKUS is a pretty decent example of that. I think AUKUS is good policy, badly executed. And, you know, obviously I'm speaking to Europeans at the moment, so you'll understand why I think it was badly executed. And I couldn't agree more, but generally something like that, something which signals a willingness to play a long-term deterrent in our region, right? I think that is good for stability in our region and for avoiding that worst case scenario of a war. We spoke a little bit about Taiwan, and suddenly, you know, a lot of my research focuses on Taiwan, and that is where, you know, as has already been said, there is kind of the worst case for conflict. And, you know, the kinds of capabilities and the kinds of language that are coming out of Australia now, I think are a little bit more cool and a little bit more rational, and do demonstrate that willingness to play a role, but without jumping to that worst case scenario. You jump to that worst case scenario and Australians are not going to come with you. You know, Australians do not want to be entangled in another messy conflict. They do not want to be entangled in a conflict with China, who, even though Australians are feeling very negatively about China, and maybe we can talk about that a little bit more, China is still Australia's largest trading partner. It has been for 13 years now. 40% of our exports go there, despite the coercive measures that Australia has been subject to. And so, my concern is that by framing that conflict as inevitable, you actually will lose public support in Australia. You'll actually make people say, well, is Taiwan, a place where 24 million people live in fear of invasion? Is that worth another war? And that is not the question I think we need to be asking. What I think we need to be asking is, what measures can we put in place right now to ensure that Taiwanese people remain free and that our region remains free from coercion?
Brilliant. I think you highlighted this very well. I think the things are changing a little bit, and what we need to be careful with the discourse and agree. Well, recently my colleague noted that sometimes you get the impression that the US is just literally priming itself for a war with China, but we shouldn't forget that there are still multiple dependencies with China, and China is important. So a confrontation should not be leading to a major conflict. But you mentioned AUKUS as well, and now we are here in Europe. Let's talk about AUKUS a little bit. Let's dwell on it a little bit. Well, that puts France out into cold a little bit. Rejigged quite a bit the system of alliances and coalitions, although UK and US are quite traditional allies of Australia in any way, and also will make Australia one of the few countries that adopts nuclear energy for military purposes. But now, how do you think this configuration, AUKUS, will shape the geopolitics of Indo-Pacific in the coming decades? And what does that really spell for your relations with Europe? Because although there was quite a silence from many European capitals to Paris's outburst and outrage, France is influential in the European Union and has ways to obstruct and block and vent their anger and then take a revenge on Australia. How do you think this will shape your relations with the European Union, with Europe in the future as well?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. And like I said, I think AUKUS was, ultimately the right decision, but not done in the right way. One of the reasons it wasn't done in the right way was that obviously France was not sufficiently consulted, nor other European partners. But it's also true that there was very little discussion or consultation in our region. And perhaps from my perspective, most importantly, there was no discussion in Australia. There was no parliamentary debate. There was no consideration of whether Australia making this very significant decision to have nuclear-powered submarines, whether that was in our national interest. This was, our last submarine contract was the subject of a very protracted, messy discussion in the Australian public. And this time it was nothing, it was done in the dead of the night. So I think there are many questions about the way it was handled. In terms of what it means for relations with Europe, I do think ultimately, as is often the case in foreign policy, pragmatism will prevail. So I do think that we will be able to get past this kind of messiness. I think, for example, the Australia-EU Free Trade Agreement negotiations will proceed eventually, even though France is not particularly happy with them. I also think when we, I won't speak for France, but looking at France's Indo-Pacific strategy, it certainly wasn't only about a submarine deal with Australia. There were many, many reasons driving that strategy. And if something like this deal is enough to knock that over, then we have to question the kind of substance behind it in the first place. One thing that I do think is perhaps, at least in my part of the world, overlooked, we talk a lot about the idea of Australia preparing to play a different kind of role in the region and more projection than they've been willing to do in the past. And we talk about, in Australia, there's a lot of concern that we've perhaps outsourced our kind of strategic debate. We're not going to be able to run these submarines without the United States. And so does it make our foreign policy kind of too intertwined? Those are all very fair questions. But what I would say is perhaps overlooked is that for the longest time, Australia and other countries in our region have worried, as Watanabe-san mentioned, about the United States' staying power in the region, whether the pivot is real and genuine and carries a lot of weight behind it. And perhaps what we don't pay enough attention to is, I think, through AUKUS, through this very long-term commitment to Australia having this capability, it is yet another way to anchor the United States in the region and to, double down on that commitment. And ultimately, not everyone in the region has welcomed the decision, but I do think they'll see the value of that, even if they think the other costs are too large. So that's where I kind of come down on the AUKUS question, but it is also still early days. The submarines are only a small part, we're told, of the entire agreement, and there's still very little information available about what it means. So a lot of people in Australia are saying all it means is that we have no submarines at all.
Indeed, it's a much broader range of questions covered. And being in the Baltics, I really feel Australia's concern about and share this concern about getting more America in your region. This is very much the concern over here as well. But let me turn now to Ambassador Wadhwa, and India is a giant of the Indo-Pacific. It has a long tradition of non-alignment, but also quite fraught relations with China as well. And in a way, when I was thinking about it, in a way, India to me is like a Finland of the South, just with the nukes and somewhat more populous. However, your country is involved in such frameworks as Quad, and you noted in your recent article that now security is very much what really currently galvanizes this format, this particular grouping. But it's not a formal alliance and probably will never be. So Delhi, as you highlighted in your article, is mostly keen on enhancing functional cooperation across a range of areas such as technology governance, pandemic management, cyber and space security, supply chains resilience, military exercises, and so on. But can India really play a pivotal role in shaping the dynamics in the Indo-Pacific without entering some formal security and defense pacts with other key players, and thus remaining largely transactional in the future? Or is the day looming when Delhi will have to make more specific and solid commitments that remove uncertainty about how India will act in a major crisis and will increase its credibility as a major power in the region? The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. I think you've asked a very fundamental question relating to Indian foreign and security policy. And as you rightly said, it is not in India's nature to enter into security alliances, and that has continued over the years. You rightly pointed out the policy that we follow of non-alignment. That, of course, has been changed now. It's a policy of interests where we work with partners on specific issues that come up from time to time, and that takes care of the security aspects as well. There's that fundamental change which has happened in Indian foreign and security policy over the last 2 or 3 decades, and it's been evolving constantly. And that is why we have joined this grouping of the Quad quite willingly, with the United States, Australia, and Japan. Now, obviously, this has happened because of the scenario which has been played out in the Indo-Pacific as far as the balance of power is concerned and the economic activity which has shifted to this region. And of course, it's also in response to China's economic, political, and military expansion. Now, if you see whether it's the Western Pacific or Australia or Japan, or the line of actual control on the Indo-Chinese border, and that's what concerns India the most. The Indo-Pacific is facing the brunt of China's aggression. The way we see it here is that it's an unjustified, policy of territorial claims, and also policies which are aimed at cornering resources. So, for example, China has continued with occupation an artificial creation of islands, the militarization in disputed waters in the South China Sea. There have been regular incidents of denial of fishing, passage and drilling in territorial waters which are claimed by ASEAN countries. That has intensified. And these territorial claims are advanced on specious historical grounds when the UNCLOS is actually clearly defined international law with regard to territorial claims. Also, many countries, including India, see the Chinese Belt and Road Initiative as actually a disturbing expansion of Chinese dominance because the initiative itself is opaque. It has stoked concerns about high levels of debt and Chinese control, which leads on to acquisition of strategic infrastructure like ports and airports. And many of these are located on the periphery of India. Sri Lanka is a prime example. We also see in the future the objective of preserving Chinese economic motives is bound to increase the role of the Chinese PLA and the Navy, which in turn will drive and exacerbate insecurity amongst other regional and outside powers who have a stake in the Indo-Pacific. So as we see it, a special requirement as far as India is concerned to be able to counter this. If we do not do it through a military alliance, then how do we do it? And for us, the Quad is moving in the right direction because it has expanded quite quickly upon its initiatives of, let's see, the production and rollout of the vaccines, for example, in the Indo-Pacific. It's a very practical area of cooperation where India will play an important role in the manufacture of these vaccines. And then some important initiatives have been announced for decarbonizing shipping and port operations, employment of clean hydrogen technology, and also in critical and in emerging technologies in partnership with industry. The Quad is advancing the deployment of secure and transparent 5G and beyond 5G networks, and also working to promote innovation and what we call trustworthy vendors. So by 2022, they will work to demonstrate the scalability and cybersecurity of open and standards-based technology. Not only that, then the Quad is also moving towards mapping of the supply chain of some critical technologies and materials, and that includes things like semiconductors, and that's being done through a semiconductors supply chains initiative. It's also set up some contact groups on advanced communications and artificial intelligence, which again focuses on standards. And there's a Quad statement now on principles on technology design, on development and governance and use. And we believe here in India that this will guide not just the region, but also the world towards a more responsible and open and what we call high standards innovation. Now, infrastructure is one such area where India is particularly concerned because of Chinese Belt and Road Initiative, which seems to be, expanding regularly in our neighborhood in particular, especially the Indian Ocean region. So here, the Quad has paid particular attention to infrastructure, and again, it will provide a high standards infrastructure in the Indo-Pacific. I'm sure in the coming year, it will come out with a financing mechanism, which is very important to counter the Chinese Belt and Road Initiative in the region. One very other important development that's happened is in space, where the grouping has decided to identify new collaboration opportunities and also to share satellite data for peaceful uses, but most importantly, on responding to challenges in shared domains. So I think the maritime security aspect will be reinforced by this initiative. And you mentioned about security in particular. So let me point out that with the inclusion of Australia in the Malabar naval exercises, in my opinion, the security and interoperability element, which is so important for maritime security of the Quad, has already been hived off from the grouping's ongoing regular activities, while the information sharing network between the grouping continues to be refined and improved. In other words, both of these are proceeding in parallel. I just wanted to say something on the AUKUS because that came up for discussion as well. And I think the AUKUS with Australia, US, and UK as partners, of course, mentions developing joint nuclear propulsion submarine capability, but also picks up on cybersecurity, on artificial intelligence, on quantum communications. And while the nuclear submarines may be some years away, I think these are the important areas on which work will proceed, and it will, in our opinion, complement the work of the Quad. So as part of this defense arrangement with the US, UK, and Australia, very importantly, it will protect the undersea fiber optic cables that provide part of the military and civilian communication, which will not allow countries like China to tap into these cables, eavesdrop, or to collect data through cyber means. And also the quantum communication technologies that has been talked about would allow new types of encryptions, and thus that would make eavesdropping obsolete. Artificial intelligence and machine learning applications will allow detection of known cyber threats to undersea cables as well. So now all these issues have been discussed in the Quad context in the working groups. So it's an overlapping kind of process in my view, and both will mutually reinforce each other. It's just that the formal security aspect has been taken care of by the formation of the AUKUS. And so, I don't see any conflict, I just feel that, these two groupings will actually work towards complementing each other in the future. So for us, as far as India is concerned, the border issue is the most important with China. There are regular incursions which are happening over the past 2 years now. Even as we speak, there is an ongoing confrontation and a standoff in a couple of places. And that's become a way of life here, the way we live here in India as far as China is concerned. The security aspects is very important for us here in India. But I think, India has successfully, negotiated what to do with the Chinese in that respect, and has responded equally strongly to what has been offered and dished out to us.
Yes, thank you very much, Ambassador Marva. I think you highlighted very well how rich the agenda of Quad is, and how actually far it has moved from the origins of Quad itself in terms of the ground being covered and so on. And I'm thankful that you highlighted that, there's the border issues now for you so important, and I think in your article you also put it very straightforwardly: Quad or not Quad, this is something that India will have to deal by itself with, not with somebody else's help. But there's another piece of landlocked, so inland, away from the ocean, that I'm curious about and to hear your perspective about. US left Afghanistan, saying it was a distraction from focusing on countering China. Now China is moving into Afghanistan to fill in the void, exploit the opportunities that open up there. How do you see this episode from Delhi? Was Washington too narrow-minded when making such moves, or conscious of the risk and accepting it? And where does this abandonment of Afghanistan now leave India, given that Pakistan and China are likely to call the shots in Kabul?
So it was quite well known for some time now. Both Trump administration and the Biden administration had made it very well known that the United States were wanting to withdraw from Afghanistan. I think what has happened is that the process of withdrawal has not been managed well. And as far as Afghanistan is concerned, I would see this as an overall failure of US policy. And I say this because, the US has gone against all its declared principles and values in handing over the country to the Taliban, giving a fillip to religious radicalism and terrorism in the region. And this could have been avoided by having an agreement which would have allowed a transition, an orderly transition in Afghanistan, if only there was some patience and if only some more attention had been paid to what would happen once the withdrawal takes place. Now, as you know, since the US withdrawal, you also had a withdrawal of NATO countries, and you had a withdrawal of all other allies of the United States from the country. The result is there for everybody to see. You have, a group of people who are ruling the country, but they're controlled by the ISI in Pakistan and by the military in Pakistan. It's not an inclusive government. There is no guarantee of women's rights or human rights in the country. And the people of Afghanistan are actually suffering. Now the UN is trying to find ways and means of trying to put some liquidity into the system, which will happen, but it's a very difficult process. And there's no guarantee at the end of this that there would be any kind of democracy which would return to Afghanistan. So that's the situation we are in. I think the Taliban, India has expressed lots of concerns about the Taliban government not being inclusive, nor is it a government which has promised that its territory will not be used as a base for terrorism. And of course, we reflected this in our joint statement with the United States soon after the withdrawal, when the Prime Minister met with President Biden during his visit to the US. And also, I think what is the most worrying aspect of this is that the investments from India have been up to $3 billion US, and we have built 500 projects in Afghanistan when there was a elected government in Afghanistan. Now, all this, of course, is not going to waste. It's going to be there for Afghanistan and for the people to use, because it consists of roads, the power lines, the dam, there's a parliament building, etc., which will continue to exist. And it has earned the goodwill of the Afghan people, but it's up to whoever rules Afghanistan now, whether they will preserve what has been built for them, and whether they will put this to good use for their own people. We don't see that happening in the short term because it's a very pessimistic scenario because of the way this whole issue has been handled.
Thank you very much for these answers. Before I open floor to the questions from our audience, I wanted to discuss with all three of you one particular aspect, and with 3 out of 4 corners of the Quad covered in this panel, let's consider what is in between them. To borrow the title of Rory Stewart's book, In the Places in Between. This Indo-Pacific space really packs populous giants like India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Philippines, and midgets like Palau or Nauru, all with their interests, perceptions, fears, and concerns. How do we ensure that this space does not become, to use the title of another book by historian Timothy Snyder, the Bloodlands, in this increasing confrontation with China? Some of those countries are not entirely happy to see where the things are heading and how long-standing multilateral frameworks like ASEAN are being marginalized by the new fashions in coalition making. Others are openly aligning themselves with Beijing. Can Quad or any other configuration, Trans-Pacific Partnership was mentioned, offer an attractive alternative in terms of economic cooperation, investments, trade opportunities, technology governance to China's Belt and Road Initiative? What do you think? Let's maybe start with Watanabe-san.
Okay, thank you. Very important question and very difficult question. First of all, China's Belt and Road Initiative somehow successful, but not fully successful somehow. Like, the debt trap issue, especially the, Hambantota port in Sri Lanka was a case. But that doesn't deny whole China's effort to invest to for example, the regional investment for the infrastructure. Ambassador Wadwa stressed somehow infrastructure investment was very attractive to all the players in the Indo-Pacific. That's clear. And for recipient, who pay doesn't matter so much, except the serious trouble, like debt trapped one. So US pay, Japan pay, China pay, doesn't matter somehow. So that's one side. However, the other side is how such the activity could be the sustainable. Sustainable means once attractive, but if such the investment could not continue, that's trouble. One case, very recently, the China helped a lot to the high-speed railway in Malaysia. That was a competition between Japan and China. Malaysia took China because the offer was very attractive. However, it turned to be the much higher cost than China offered. Big trouble is now the waiting for the Malaysia, for example. So, competition is a good. Competition is maybe China's Belt and Road and the alternative competition. Somehow Japan offered a better deal to Malaysia. Malaysia didn't take it. But from now on, if Malaysia have another opportunity to get, for example, competition between Japan's offer and China's offer, Malaysia and the other player who watch the case of Malaysia consider, maybe China's price is cheaper, but the quality may not be. So again, it's not so wise to turn down the China's effort. We appreciate China's effort too. We need a better investment, better infrastructure. However, competition is important, and the freedom of choice is important. That's considering a combination of a regional rule in economy and also security both in the region.
Thank you. Yes, the very, very important thoughts. And Natasha Kassam, what do you think? Can Quad Plus offer a really attractive alternative and become the center of gravity or sort of attraction to those places in between, countries in between that are often torn between big opportunity, and big promise of China and the Quads, or the democratic, liberal, rule of law based multilateralist camp that is embodied by Quad?
Look, I am not sure that the Quad wants to be that center of gravity, maybe, but you'll notice every time the Quad speaks, they talk a lot for example, about ASEAN centrality or the importance of the East Asia Forum. And I don't think the Quad is trying to replace any of these existing mechanisms, but try to complement them. But maybe to come at it in a slightly different way, from my perspective, if we identify what are the trends that are actually leading us to this place of instability and insecurity in our region, right? To my mind, there's three key factors. There's first, the increasing ambitions, confidence and resources of China, right, obviously. The second, I think, is the return of state-led approaches in economics and the way in which the US-China rivalry is really normalizing the use of economics as a matter of national security. So what I mean by that is that as Beijing and Washington come to perceive more and more economic domains like trade or technology or education as matters that touch on their broader national interests, each government is demonstrating an increasing willingness to intervene in markets to advance those national security objectives. And then the third key trend, I think, that is causing this is public opinion and populism, which is really fueling both protectionism and confrontation. So these three forces, I think, are making it more attractive and more legitimate for states to wield power over markets in this way. And so here in Australia, of course, we've been at the forefront of this kind of economic coercion, although it's not always, Europeans know it's not always just Beijing, right? Washington does this as well. But here in Australia, we've been subjected to 18 months of protracted economic coercion from China, who is also our largest trading partner. And so when I think about what chance we have in terms of trying to preserve some security, make the region inclusive, you know, ensure that India's interests are accommodated as well as Palau's interests. The way I see it is that on the security questions, on things like AUKUS, Quad, you know, on those issues, I think we're working very hard at balancing China's power, and a lot of different states are working together in different ways to do that. You know, just last week there was a very significant military exercise near Japan that had, you know, American aircraft carriers, Japanese, New Zealand, I think Dutch boats like that, you know, and then they moved into Singapore and were working with Singapore and Malaysia. So on the military and security side, I think we can see to some success, balancing coalitions emerging. On geoeconomics, I think it is much, much harder. In Australia's case, you know, we've had constant support from Washington in rhetoric, right? Lots of speech saying that we need to cooperate with allies and partners to ensure that we have supply chain resilience, or you know, that we, you know, stand with countries like Australia, or in the past Japan, who have been subject to this kind of economic coercion. But there's very little that's actually been done. And, you know, there are a few reasons for that. Partly it's because when governments intervene in markets, it creates winners and losers. So when China is coercing Australian coal producers, one of the winners of that is American coal miners. And you know, it makes it very challenging when states want to cooperate. They can't necessarily and shouldn't necessarily control what their companies do. And so I think that's really difficult. But the other reason that it's really difficult to combat these geoeconomic tensions is that most of this kind of coercive economic statecraft, they violate the rules-based order. You know, we say China is breaking the rules. In order to counter that, in many ways, we also then would need to break the rules that we claim to stand for. And so I think that's why the kind of the geopolitical side, I think a lot of that cooperation is working. A lot of the new minilaterals and various shapes of different arrangements are working quite well. But the geoeconomic side, I think, is still really struggling. We're still struggling to counter the appeal and size of China's market. And just, you know, one example to finish on that I think was, to me, it was really kind of interesting. Of course, we talk a lot about US-China strategic cooperation, strategic competition. And isn't it fascinating that on the same day you see AUKUS announced, right? A huge military, and of course, all the other areas that were mentioned by Ambassador Wadwa, cooperation. On the same day, you see China applying to join the CPTPP, which the United States, frankly, will not be able to come back to, I would say, anytime soon. So even though we're competing, you could argue we're on different playing fields, right? One is in the economic area and one is in the security area. That, you know, that's oversimplifying, of course, but I just think it's interesting to see that we're not necessarily competing in the same territories. And I think that's where the real challenge is going to be going forward.
Yeah, thank you, Natasha Kasamai. As you say, you know, in the times like these, everything is national security. Even the sales of very nice, very excellent Australian wine become a matter of national security. So it is important to highlight that geoeconomics now is a very complex and complicated field. But Ambassador Wadwa, I sensed from your talk that you do see opportunities for Quad Plus and for engaging countries in this Indo-Pacific space through the mechanisms and incentives that are being developed as part of this format. What are your thoughts on this? Yep, we don't have the sound. You need to unmute yourself. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. So I tend to agree with the general line of thinking of Natasha, because she's a realist and I'm also a realist in that sense. I know that it's not possible to achieve things that you always think about or dream about. But I would go a little further than her to say that as far as the Quad is concerned, it has already thought long and hard and discussed a lot about the alternatives that could be found for countering the Belt and Road Initiative of China. That can only be done if you have alternate sources of funding. I see three issues here going forward. One is, of course, there is a Blue Dot network, which has been put forward initially between Australia and United States and Japan. For this to go forward, I think you'll have to have acceptance of standards across the board and acceptance of standards by the country who received the projects. That's also important because many countries don't want to do that. They don't want to be shackled by high standards and they want to be very flexible about that. And China has taken full advantage of that situation. They want cheap funding. Secondly, you need to have a proper funding mechanism. Now, when 3 or 4 countries are working together, that makes it that much harder to put together this mechanism unless you have a pooling of resources in one particular place, which actually then negotiates and doles out the money. So that will have to be worked upon very quickly. Otherwise, we will just be talking in circles. We've had a G7 initiative of B3W. That's an idea which can progress further, but of course that's a G7 idea, and how the Quad adapts to it going forward is a big question. Perhaps they can take that into account in the funding mechanism in projects. It's not as if the Quad is not worked together. For example, India and Japan have worked in Bangladesh and Sri Lanka and in Myanmar on joint projects. That's happened. But I'm saying that when you talk of 4 countries pooling resources, it can only be financial, and then there will have to be someone who will have to execute it. So that arrangement has to be worked out. There has to be a division of responsibilities. For example, Australia and United States will have to focus in the Western Pacific, for example, and Japan in ASEAN, and India perhaps in the Indian Ocean countries like Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, etc., which we are already doing. So it's not an impossible task, but it requires tremendous amount of cooperation and working out the arrangements. The Quad is currently now spelling out a number of areas of concern and has set up a number of working groups to look into those, or contact groups for that matter. But unless it concentrates on what is really important and picks up 1 or 2 projects which can succeed and deliver, you will not have that acceptance in countries in Southeast Asia or in ASEAN, who would rather not wait for a very long time to get cheap funding, which is available from Chinese institutions, for example. So that's the whole issue here. And currently there's a lot of attention being paid to how to overcome that particular issue.
Thank you. Thank you for your experience and knowledge as a practitioner in the field of diplomacy really shines through. I really appreciate highlighting very practical things that have to be done, or the limits of them in this regard. We have a few questions already on Slido, but the way I see it, before I move to them, I have one question myself as well, which we haven't touched really, and I wouldn't be the Baltic if I didn't raise it. If I didn't ask about the outsized buffer state between the feisty Baltics and assertive China, and that is Russia. Russia is a Pacific power. It has a complex and sometimes complicated relations with some of the countries, such as Japan and in India. And at the same time, it is forging this ever closer relationship and even alliance, maybe I would call alliance of unequals with China. And knowing Russia's modus operandi to create some massive problem and then come with some handy solution that resolves it and then locks in Russia's gains, it is bound to do the same in the Indo-Pacific. What are your expectations and concerns when it comes to Russia in the Indo-Pacific? For example, India, according to Ashley Tellis, a senior fellow at Carnegie Endowment, India is eager to offer Moscow engagement with Quad as an alternative to close alliance with China. And would that really pay off, or is it a really dangerously naive assumption? So what are your thoughts on Russia? Again, maybe start with Watanabe-san.
That's a very Very difficult question, especially for Japan. Probably for India, a little bit easier. But we mean the Sasakawa Peace Foundation, the organization I belong to, is doing a dialogue, trilateral dialogue between Japan, India, and Russia, because we know India, Russia has a kind of a closer relation, and sometimes very good to the counterbalancing against China somehow. Of course, that's probably Baltic countries are not so happy with this, I know. But you know what? I think a trouble is, we face a face of a dragon, only see the tail of a bear. And, Baltic countries are facing the bear's face, but only see the tail of a dragon. So, but sometimes because of this, cooperation is very important somehow. And
different perspective indeed. India was mentioned, so maybe Ambassador Wanwa, what are your thoughts on Russia subject? You probably need to unmute yourself again, if you could. Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think Watanabe-san touched upon a very contemporary subject of trilateral cooperation between Japan, India, and Russia. I think what is happening in geopolitics today is that there is, because of the sanctions that are imposed on Russia, it's looking for partners who can support it. And obviously, China is under pressure as well. So therefore, both of them tend to support each other as far as possible, and they tend to stick together. So I would say, in a sense, that Russia is being driven into the arms of China, the way we look at it from India. This has also come out in conversations with the Russians, who keep complaining about the fact that the United States, of course, they say it's for the wrong reasons of interference in the United States elections, etc. But also, as far as Europe is concerned, that there is a group of countries in Europe who would not allow progress to go forward because of historical reasons or because of their recent actions, which has happened in Ukraine, etc. Now, of course, one can argue on those points, but that's the current situation geopolitically. Russia is not very happy with China's influence in the Russian Far East. It's a sparsely populated region. It's got a lot of natural resources, and the Chinese have encroached regularly into that area as well. So you mentioned about an unequal partnership. Russians would not accept that, of course. They don't accept the fact that they're junior partners because they feel that they're aiding China equally as much as China is aiding them by mutual support. But this trilateral cooperation between Japan, India, and Russia has been an idea which has been formally mooted after discussions with Japan and India, and the Russians are open to this issue. Now, as you know, there is also an island dispute between Japan and Russia, and a cooperation framework or a relationship which involves Japan in the Russian Far East and also India, of course, would be, very important in respect of growing that relationship and making it smoother for both Japan and for Russia. As far as India is concerned, it's already invested in the Russian Far East, especially in oil. And going forward, we have a project, which would bring in, oil and gas from the region into India and then take back goods, but it's awaiting the clearance of a shipping line which can operate profitably. So that's where we are at the moment. And I know that looking at it from, like Watanabe-san said, looking at it from the Baltics perspective, it doesn't seem as if it's something which is right. But here in this part of the world, we always feel that unless we tend to cooperate, we will always have conflicts. And we try to do our best to, live with the situation and try to solve it.
Thank you. Thank you for the wise words. And Natasha Kassam, have the Russians made it down under? Are they messing around? What are your thoughts on this?
Well, perhaps you'll be unsurprised to hear that Australia does not focus very much on Russia as a general rule. Now, it's interesting to hear you obviously very fairly describe Russia as a Pacific power, because Russia doesn't feature in Australia's Indo-Pacific strategy and isn't considered really as an Indo-Pacific power from Australia's perspective. Having said that, we have, I would say, quite a famously negative relationship with Russia. Our former Prime Minister 7 years ago famously said that he would shirt front Putin following the downing of MH17. And I think many editors and diplomats around the world were frantically calling Canberra to understand what on earth shirt front meant. But, an Australian term to take him to task. So, we have a, historically quite poor relationship, and generally in kind of Australian official terms, the focus has been on what has happened in Crimea, what happened to MH17, and potential interference in elections. So those are all quite negative. The one thing I would say is that perhaps because of that quite negative relationship, I think Australia does overlook some of the very small areas in which our interests could potentially align. And one of those is in Antarctica, where Russia is a player, China is a player, Australia is a very major player. And it's possible that Australian and Russian interests in Antarctica are aligned less than they are with China's. And I think the potential for working together, I don't even want to say cooperation, but the potential for, coming together to counter some of China's efforts in Antarctica is not really even considered because of the relationship that we have. And so, there's perhaps scope to do things a little differently there, but at the moment, there's really no evidence of that happening in Australia.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. And actually that ties in smoothly with a couple of the questions I have online from the viewers. And I'll take them both together because they're very similar. NATO. Well, NATO has been, as I mentioned in introductory remarks, building global partnerships, including with Australia, including with Japan, at the same time, it's not willing so much to get into this China business. It knows that it is a challenge, but not yet in the military realm. It's more technological, geoeconomic challenge to North Atlantic Alliance. But what are the expectations, perhaps, as to what kind of a role, what position NATO should take in the Indo-Pacific, including perhaps maybe what kind of a reaction or how they could sort of tie in with the AUKUS alliance or partnership and so on. So how do you see NATO's role, if you see any role for NATO in the Indo-Pacific? And again, probably I'll start with Watanabe-san.
Thank you very much. I think, clearly the NATO give us means Japan and the other US allied partner in the Indo-Pacific region of legitimacy. Legitimacy which created through the history of Cold War and post-Cold War too, somehow. History is different between European history and Asian history, and the development stage of states are different, and the big difference is the nature of China and Russia too. So I think, for example, Quad cannot be NATO type because all are different, and that's good somehow. We have our own cooperation style. Clearly NATO is already the existing framework who achieved a lot, especially the defeating Soviet Union somehow and promoting a democracy and the prosperity in whole Europe. So, such kind of things, historical achievement was a legitimacy and of course common rule too. For example, very recently, Japan's defense spending is the debate because Japan has a new government now. Japan spends just 1% of GDP, and the NATO rule is GDP the 2% of GDP, and somehow some Japanese people said, "Oh, now Japan to consider about the 2% of GDP." That's too much, by the way. But anyway, we are watching U.S. U.S. alliance, the other side of alliance. Always learning a process, learning a lesson from NATO. So that's also, somehow Japan-NATO cooperation is very, very helpful, at least such kind of things.
Yes, thank you very much. Perhaps Natasha Kassam, another global partner of NATO?
Yeah, I mean, of course, Australia has provided support to NATO missions previously, but I think when we look at the role that Australia sees potentially for closer cooperation with NATO in the Indo-Pacific, I think it's probably not military. I don't think that that's what Australia is looking for. We saw the NATO Secretary General at the beginning of the year call out China's bullying of Australia. You know, that those kinds of symbolic gestures, I think, matter quite a lot to Australia. But I think going forward, what we're already seeing between Australia and Europe in terms of focusing on the Indo-Pacific and with NATO as well is work on protecting critical infrastructure, work on cyber, working on foreign interference. I think these are the kinds of areas that it makes the most sense for NATO, Australia and regional partners to be collaborating on. And ultimately, I think that will have a role in the kind of balance of power that we manage to form here. So I think looking forward, it's going to be quite a different kind of relationship, at least in our region. I think that's to be expected. But you know, given the movement by quite a few different NATO allies, as well as the Secretary General, I do think it's kind of slowly moving in that direction.
Yeah, thank you. And Ambassador Wadhwa, what is the India's position? Is NATO getting into the Indo-Pacific makes things a little too crowded for your feel?
Well, I think if you'd asked me that question 2 decades ago, I would have said NATO doesn't have to be here at all. But Indian foreign policy has evolved much more since then, and actually the more hands on deck, the better it is, given the threat that China poses today to all the countries of the region. So I think NATO certainly should have a role to play here, and they should work together with the Quad countries, with AUKUS going forward. There are issues like cybersecurity, new technologies, the 5G issue and beyond 5G issue, technology theft, etc. All these are of interest to NATO. And planning for what Europe should be prepared for going forward is part of NATO's job and policy, and they should concentrate on that.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much indeed. I have one more question in the online, but before that, I want to turn maybe to the physical audience here. Is maybe somebody has any question from those present over here? If I don't see any hands, then maybe let's maybe then consider one question I have before I get this online question, which actually is a good one to wrap the session overall. But my question is related to my kind of one of the issues or set of issues that is very dear to me as well, is addressing the climate change challenge. And now with the UN Climate Change Conference coming up very soon, I started looking up where the Indo-Pacific nations stand and where they are in addressing this truly existential challenge to entire humanity. And most of those nations are not really trailblazers in decarbonization and climate neutrality ambitions, at least stated once. And according to the 2021 scorecard by the Energy and Climate Intelligence Unit, only Japan has climate neutrality goals set in law. But just by 2050, and in Australia and in India, there is only an ongoing discussion to set such a goal by 2050 and 2060 respectively. So indeed, in the meantime, the impression in Europe is that all three seem to be quite keen on fossil fuels as well. With this conference approaching, is there any chance that some of your nations at least will do more to show leadership, sense of urgency, perhaps commitment in addressing this challenge, or are the costs seen as too prohibitive and maybe solidarity from other major players too much lacking and society is too reluctant? What is the perspective from your part of the world? I'll probably start with Natasha Kassam.
I suspect you're starting with me because I have the unfortunate responsibility to stump up and, be completely embarrassed in a European audience by Australia's quite atrocious efforts to combat climate change. But to answer your question, I think that Australia has been a laggard for some time on climate change policy. It feels exposed more now than ever because we've had, our closest friends in the world say out loud that they want us to do better. So that external international pressure as well as domestic pressure is building. I do think Australia will announce its net zero target before COP26, probably for 2050. But I mean, as we all know, that's not good enough anymore. And what we need is stronger 2030 targets, and that won't happen, or it is unlikely to happen. I will say the kind of one upside or perhaps spot of positivity I can offer is that all of the states and territories of Australia have set net zero targets, and Australian businesses, including fossil fuel businesses, are very aware of the need to make their businesses resilient into the future. 70% of Australia's coal and gas exports go to countries that have set net zero targets. Like, Australia realizes that its economy has to fundamentally shift in the future. We are just being very slow to get there, and for that, I personally am very sorry.
Yeah, thank you. Indeed, it's a fundamental shift, and for the giant like India, that would be a very, very hard and maybe long-term shift. Ambassador Wadhwa, what are the thoughts in Delhi on climate change and responding to it?
I think contrary to what the impression is in Europe, some years ago, maybe there was some sort of reluctance as far as India is concerned to look at issues of climate change in all seriousness, because our stand was on, the funding for mitigation. And now, under the current government, since 2014, there's been a sea change in thinking as far as climate change is concerned. In fact, India is going to be perhaps the only developing country which will meet its goals of alternate energy by 2030. There is also a target of, emission intensity reduction by 33% by 2030. So that's well on track. The emphasis on solar and alternate sources of energy, that's also proceeding quite well. And I think you might be knowing that India, along with France, has also launched the International Solar Alliance, which has got a big membership now. The membership keeps growing. So that's going to be a focus for the government going forward, as much as possible on solar energy, because India is quite blessed with solar energy. Already we have hydro energy to fall back on. And so the alternate sources of energy are going to be a focus. As far as fossil fuels are concerned, I think that's currently under big discussion because there's general shortage of energy in India. We are net importers, as you know, of oil and gas, and coal is an alternate source of energy. We import a lot of coal from countries like Australia, for instance. So there's a mutual, meeting of interests over there, at least with the current government in Australia. But there is a big rethink on, whether we should actually expand any more the production of domestic coal and reduce the import of coal and depend on other sources of energy. So there are practical things happening on the ground. And I see a big shift in our stance on climate change.
Thank you. This is very good to know. Turning to Watanabe-san, Japan, given its technological prowess and also energy dependency on energy imports, and but also given that you've enshrined in law your climate neutrality goals, maybe it's an opportunity for Tokyo also to show a greater leadership in the entire Indo-Pacific when it comes to climate change?
Yes. Yes, means clearly Japan has been seriously working on the leadership for the climate change in earlier stage with Europe. That's the old days in Kyoto Protocol. And at that time, Japan and the EU somehow was a world leader. Unfortunately, we are so disappointed United States was dropped out, like a TPP. However, now the Obama administration was a turning point to the U.S. is trying to come back, and the U.S. really needed to China and India together because world largest and the second and the third emitter of carbon. So that's clearly the Japan's somehow the leadership initiative. Try include U.S., China, India, put in a framework on somehow the reduction of carbon. Of course, Japan is also struggling. You didn't mention one trouble for Japan is Japan is experienced a serious nuclear plant accident in Fukushima. And very difficult for the Japanese to restart several suspended nuclear power. Without dependency on the nuclear power, very difficult to attain ambitious goal for the carbon zero in 2050. However, very difficult for the political leader to have a consensus to restart resuming the nuclear powers. So that's big political challenge. But somehow the advantage and the disadvantage together. And we need to also consider climate change is an existential threat for the Pacific Island nations. That's serious. And we have a collaboration and a conversation with them. And unfortunately, their voices are relatively small. However, Japan is also island nations too. And somehow some common incentive to work on this. So again, working with Europe is a very key to attain the goal. And of course, Ambassador Wadwa pointed out several new technology like a hydrogen energy or this kind of type. And somehow the Quad also good platform to develop such kind of things. So we are facing a serious issue. So we need try to everything, every framework. Transatlantic, Japan, EU, and Quad, and such kind of things. It's time to consider because it's a serious one, getting serious.
Thank you very much indeed. And our time is almost up. And I had one question hanging up in online space, but I'll try to turn it into an opportunity for you to wrap up this excellent session and maybe share your first, what are your biggest fears about the developments in the Indo-Pacific? What's the worst case scenario? Of course, is a war, a major war, but maybe falling short of that. What would be your biggest concern? And what are the sources of optimism for you when it comes to the development of the Indo-Pacific? And I'll start now probably in the reverse order from Ambassador Wadwa, and then moving on to Natasha and Watanabe-san.
So I think I'll start with the positive aspect first. I think because of the Chinese policies, there's been a conscious thinking on the part of other countries in the region towards cooperation. And that has thrown up a lot of new ideas which would not have materialized otherwise. And we've seen that, as far as the Quad grouping is concerned and the bilaterals that, countries in the Quad will have with the ASEAN countries going forward. This will also happen with the Western Pacific countries, I'm sure. And there will be much more attention paid to the cooperation development angle in the region. Now, the threat, of course, is you said it quite clearly. I don't see that that this is an imminent issue, but things could get worse if the Chinese continue with the policies that they're doing at the moment, which is not in keeping with the rule of law. Unfortunately, China is a member of the UN Security Council, and anything that the Chinese do, we cannot hold them accountable. It will be vetoed down when it comes to grave threats to international peace and security. Otherwise, I think it's only a question of what will happen in China internally. And that's the hope going forward that, this will calm down. There'll be some amount of adjustment as far as the outside world is concerned, and the aggressive policies will come to rest, in which case the region, which is a promise of a region which will do well in the future, this trend should continue. But at the moment, I'm looking a little pessimistically at this adversarial relationship which is developing between US and China on the one hand, and also between China and other countries of the region because of the aggressive policies.
Thank you very much indeed. Natasha Kassam.
I too am perhaps pessimistic, but a few points of optimism. One is that with that growing concern and awareness about the various threats that we've discussed, there are smaller states claiming agency and responsibility for their security. So, you know, I think it's incredible from where I sit in Australia to see islands in the South Pacific navigate great power competition, to see countries in Southeast Asia working together to find their best path forward. You know, there is still great reluctance in many quarters, but the mood is shifting, and with that comes, I think, a pathway to stability. The other point of optimism I have is Taiwan. You know, Taiwan, I think, is a place that many people feel very concerned about its future, but nobody was even talking about them really 10 or 15 years ago. So with increased attention and awareness of an island that is a democratic nation worthy of protecting, I think that gives me great optimism and hope for the future. The thing that I'm most worried about, very briefly, I think, is that people are, as we've already said, are too easy to jump to the concern of war, but perhaps or to the possibility of war, but are not cognizant of the fact that this war could be nuclear, and that is something that should really be at the front of everyone's minds when they are thinking about that worst case scenario.
Thank you very much. Brilliant. Watanabe-san, over to you.
Yes, I try to be optimistic in the future of Indo-Pacific area and the whole world, and good sense of optimistic one is coming from many other panelists pointed out somehow the people's willingness to tackle an issue, and somehow that's good source. But unfortunately, current world framework is not ready for such kind of people's aspiration. And you know, somehow, however, some kind of the Quad cooperation, of course, NATO already, EU, or such kind of things is somehow the key to solve the many issues. And one optimistic and pessimistic view on China. Short term, very difficult to control China's assertive action. However, in the long run, China's economic growth is slowing down. And as economic is slowing down, however, China continues to have a very strong military. So very difficult to deter China's assertive action for a long time. But you know, if lucky, we could avoid any the aggression. After that, probably we will face a declining China's economy. China's aging popularity and China's social network is very weak, and individually the gap between rich and poor is enormous. Wow, that's source of pessimistic, but that's not the soon. It's a long-term goal. At least we need to work on the short-term goal to the stability in the region.
Thank you very much indeed for all your wisdom and for both sharing your concerns and your sources of optimism. Unfortunately, our time is up. We had quite a session indeed. This was very exciting and to me also very enlightening. We've covered well, 2/3 of the globe really, all the way to the Antarctica, and this is cannot be a better start for this whole weekend of discussions in Riga conference. I want to thank all the panelists. I hope to see you before too long in the Baltic states, in Riga, Tallinn, Vilnius, or in Tokyo, Delhi, or Canberra. And I wish you all the best. Have a good evening in your countries, and all the best to all of us in Riga conference discussions. I look forward to them, and bye now.
Dear participants and those who are following the Riga conference discussions virtually, welcome to one of very interesting and very relevant side events of the Riga conference. And the title of the discussion is Remaking the World, the Second Age of Enlightenment, the United Nations 2045. And indeed, very recently, Latvia has celebrated its 100 years anniversary. Now we are preparing ourselves for the UN's 100th anniversary. Very remarkable date. The United Nations Centennial Initiative was launched by Boston Global Forum and the United Nations Academic Impact in 2019. As the United Nations planned to mark this 17th anniversary, and it brought into the spotlight the finest minds of our times. And they proposed their vision of the world and the United Nations in 2045. The core concept of this initiative is reflected in the book, Remaking the World Toward an Age of Global Enlightenment. And this book is available also on the Riga Conference webpage. And this book contemplates on such ideas as a social contract for the artificial intelligence age, a framework for an artificial intelligence international accord, an ecosystem for the AI world society, IVES called so, and a community innovation economy. And some of these ideas have already begun to be put in practice, including Global Alliance for Digital Governance and the evolution of IVES City, a virtual digital city dedicated to promoting the values associated with IVES. By the way, very many of those initiatives have been already debated during the Riga conference in previous years. And this initiative, to a very large extent, is aimed at connecting different societies, communities, business, and also people and states. And in that respect, it's even more relevant because today we are facing a situation when the world becomes more disconnected. And the World Economic Forum calls it disconnected societies. And here I quote, "Societies are becoming more disconnected. Populations find themselves increasingly polarized and bombarded with misinformation, and the widening gap in digital ability risks the emergence of a digital underclass. A regulatory backlash to combat this outcome risks further disconnecting societies." And indeed, this session will discuss concepts of the book, which is aimed at really bridging gaps between different communities, different societies. And I'm particularly pleased to moderate the session in the year when Latvia celebrates its 30 years of UN membership. Today we have several very distinguished speakers with us. It's Dr. Vaira Freiberga, Paul Nemitz, Alex Sandy Pentland, Thomas Patterson, and Yugan Antoine, and I will introduce them in the order as they are going to speak. This panel is moderated by me, Jeanette Ozoling, and I'm chair of the Latvian Transatlantic Organization's board. And I invite all of those who are following the discussion to place their questions in a chat box, and we will try to deal with all of them again in an orderly fashion. And I would like to start with introducing Vaira Freiberga. She was president of the Republic of Latvia from 1999 to 2007. She served as the president of the World Leadership Alliance Club de Madrid from 2014 to 2020. She was very much engaged in bringing Latvia to the EU and NATO. She was also very much associated with different UN initiatives, and she was named the Special Envoy on the Reform of the United Nations in 2005, and also was a candidate, was Secretary General's post in 2006. She was very much engaged and still very much engaged in different discussions related to the future of the world and different organizations. She was vice chair of the reflection group on the long-term future of Europe, and currently she is a member of the UNESCO high-level group on the future of education and the Lancet COVID-19 International Group. She has published 16 books and numerous articles in different journals and edited monographs. Dr. Vaira Freiberga, I would like to ask you a question which is very much related to the book which we are debating today. And this book is very much about building social contract, which will be the main tool which brings together different type of stakeholders. And also the social contract is aimed at advancing different monitoring, different managing instruments. And I wanted to ask you how you, from the present day's perspective, when the international community is questioning effectiveness and relevance of international organizations, see what could be the role of international organizations in this very complicated era of people and communities being disconnected. To what extent is the creation of such a social contract achievable when it requires commitments from so many parties? And if there is an international organization which is respected, then it's much easier to achieve this goal. But at the present moment, we are still in a very complicated situation. Madam President, how you would answer to those who are skeptical about the implementation of such social contract? Please, floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Rosoling. Dear Janet, dear Tuan, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. I think that your slip of the tongue earlier, about 100 years, was very pertinent because the cooperation between the Riga Conference and the Boston Global Forum and the Dukakis Foundation goes back to the year 2018, which was the centenary year of Latvia's independence. And I'm very pleased to see that as the years go by, this fruitful collaboration with our friend Tuan, with our distinguished colleague Governor Dukakis, Boston, and all the scholars and bright minds in it continues unabated. The report that is being presented today is most definitely an aspirational one. It is not a handbook for step-by-step reaching certain goals of the kind that, say, ministries in governments would be producing, or that separate, say, for instance, a private company which has a certain manufacturing mandate, they will produce so many pairs of shoes of that sort and whatnot. This is aspirational, this is ideational, it is most definitely idealistic. But you see, the world, as we consider it, especially an enlightened world, and a world in which the fate of humans will be better than it is now, or than it threatens to be in the future, such a world needs ideas as a basis for its survival. It's as simple as that. It is not having the right ideas and the right aspirations is not a luxury left to intellectuals or the idle rich or say, well, academics and students who are trying to get diplomas. Far from it. What we are trying to do is to, in fact, extend the broad range of participants in what we generally would, for simplicity, say called democratic processes, or shall we call them participatory processes. The whole point is that in an age of enlightenment, you cannot rely on, say, a philosopher king such as Plato envisaged for his republic, nor indeed a philosopher president or prime minister. What a modern society, and certainly if it's to be democratic, what it needs is enlightened people. And the means by which enlightened people can be formed, grown, if you like, shaped by existing generations into the future, obviously will include education in its traditional sense, though you understood, but also we have just, I'm part of a group which is presenting in the month of November an official report to the world. It's a UNESCO group about reinventing our futures together, about reinventing and a new social contract, about education as a common good which belongs to everybody. And precisely the same sort of aim is the one that has been animating the project that is presented in this book, Making the World a Better Place and Working for Tomorrow. The progress, technological progress, particularly that in artificial intelligence, but I would say not just artificial intelligence in the fancy sense of, say, thinking machines who will think better than humans, which some of them already do, for instance, informing diagnostics of early stomach cancer. There are programs that do it better than the best surgeons and oncologists, specialists in stomach cancers. But that is not the only thing that we have in mind. I think we should include in our purview, and so far we have been too busy setting up the high and global goals, but I think we will soon, I think the global Boston Global Forum, and I hope that the Riga conference will contribute to these deliberations, will be thinking about how the social media and their impact on society and the effect they have on the mental health of people, on the mental health of young people, on the mental health of democracy, if you like, or on the stability, the solid foundations of democracy, how they will proceed in the future. So that all of us are equally concerned in these things. These are not esoteric matters, but idealistic. They are indeed, because the Declaration of Human Rights, as presented by the United Nations in its time, just like the creation of the United Nations, was very idealistic, it was very aspirational. But we need that sort of goal if the world is going to make any steps forward. Thank you for now.
Thank you, Madam President. You definitely said a very wide range of issues which could be discussed later on, and I would like to pick just a few of them. I think your point about education as a common good is particularly relevant during those years when, and those days and months when during the pandemics, for so many young people, education becomes a luxury rather than a common good. And also the strive for ideals in the world when we are only looking for practical solutions. I think it's also one of those very valuable points which you mentioned among many of them, and we will come back definitely to that issue. And now I would like to give a floor to our next speaker, Paul F. Nemetz, who is a principal advisor in the Directorate General for Justice and Consumers of the European Commission. And prior to the present post, he was a Director of Fundamental Rights and Citizens' Rights in the same Directorate General, and led the reform of data protection legislation in the EU the negotiations of the EU and US Privacy Shield and the negotiations with major US internet companies of the EU Code of Conduct against incitement to violence and hate speech on the internet. And he's a member of Commission for Media and Internet Policy of the Social Democratic Party of Germany, Berlin, and also visiting professor of law at the College of Europe in Bruges. Mr. Nemetz, you also contributed to this book. And one of the main themes which was running through the whole book is governance, the question of how to govern artificial intelligence and how to govern in a democratic way. And there is such concept introduced as next generation democracy. And I wanted to ask you, what makes the next generation democracy different from the present one? And what kind of governance is needed for an age of global enlightenment? And what is the role of artificial intelligence in that process? Please, Mr. Nemetz, floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to discuss today and for the already very inspiring opening talk by Mrs. Freiberger and your question. Let me say that when we look at digital technologies, we have gone through a fashion of the insistence, if possible, of the absence of laws. If we remember the Declaration of the Independence of Cyberspace by John Perry Barlow, the texter of the very famous pop band Grateful Dead, who said that at the World Economic Forum in the 90s, who said that on the internet, and we don't want any regulations by parliaments, we don't want governments, they have no legitimacy here. This cyberspace is a new place of mind where people meet and solve their problems themselves. And this has informed for a long time the way policy was shaped, namely a huge absence of regulation in a democratic fashion. This has created the many problems Mrs. Freiberger was already referring to, and I think what we see today is a return of democracy and the law. And in which way? And this is, I believe, the future shaping, the future democracy combined with technology. I think it's not enough to teach our children to be enlightened and to learn about enlightenment, but we must practice democracy. We must demonstrate that democracy still shapes our world. And how do we do this? We do this by going beyond, let's say, a debate on ethics and self-regulation of technology. We have years behind us now in Brussels, for example, a high-level group on ethics on AI. Also in Germany, I was member of the Data Ethics Commission of the German government. Also, all these discussions have taken place. But the conclusion in the political realm, in Brussels at least, is that the future of democracy lies also in demonstrating that it is not technology alone which shapes our world, but it is also the law as the most noble expression of democracy. And that's why we are now discussing in the European Parliament and in the European Council, the Parliament representing the people, the European Council of Ministers representing the states, quite a number of legislative measures which give shape to the future of technology and governance of the internet. And this is a very clear renaissance of the law, and I would say an outline of the future of democracy in a technical age. And what are these laws about? They are about, in part, controlling power which comes from dominance in the marketplace. This is the Digital Market Act, which will reform our competition law. Then it is about behavioral rules for social networks and platforms. And these platforms and networks having moved from being marketplaces for commerce to those places where we build our political opinion and which shape elections. More than 50% of people in the United States and in Europe now build their political convictions on these social platforms on the internet. And the Digital Services Act lays down rules which ensure that the way news is played out and information is provided through algorithmic systems to people on this electronic public sphere of the internet and these social media platforms is conducive to a well-functioning democracy and represents fundamental rights. I think this is what we need to aim for. We need to make good use of the experience that all mass media previously have been highly regulated so that they are conducive to democracy, and the same must be done now with cyberspace and the internet. And then we come to, let's say, the technology which looks most promising, which is artificial intelligence. And as Bill Gates said, this technology has great potential, like atomic power had great potential, but it is also as risky as atomic power. So we must therefore lay down rules in law which shape how this technology is developed and put on the market according to risk groups. And this is what the European Commission now has proposed in its proposal for a regulation on artificial intelligence of April of this year. This is something which is also now being debated in the European Parliament and in the Council of Ministers. And let me just say that we are trying to set out a few rules on AI, which will certainly be forbidden in Europe. For example, the use of artificial intelligence to introduce a government-led social scoring like we see it in China. This is something which this regulation will forbid. Then we group the AI into 4 risk groups, the AI with very high risks, AI with medium risk, low risk, and no risk. It is our assessment that much of the technology will be in the low risk category, but some technologies, and I give you a few examples which are mentioned in a list of risky AI, must have very stringent rules. For example, AI which is used at the workplace to recruit people or to assess their performance. AI which is used by judges in the police. AI which is used in the context of medical examinations and medical machinery. AI which runs essential infrastructure of the state. So the regulation contains a list of sensitive sectors in which we must have very high standards for AI in terms of reliability, in terms of human control, in terms of transparency towards the regulator, and in terms of what I would call respect for democracy and fundamental rights built in from the outset. So this is for me the future of democracy, that democracy returns to shaping and giving rules and frameworks for this very, very powerful technology, and also for the behavior of the companies which make profits from this technology and which sell it into the market. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Again, a very wide range of issues you put on the table for our discussion. And I particularly would like to emphasize the point which you made, that there are laws, regulations, but what is very important, it is self-regulation. And I think that if the social contract will be able to achieve this balance between external regulation and self-regulation, we could achieve definitely a new model of governance. And now I would like to introduce another speaker of this panel, Alex Sandy Pentland. And again, a very long list of achievements. He is director of the Human Dynamics Laboratory at MIT, director of the MIT Media Lab Entrepreneurship Program, co-leader of the World Economic Forum Big Data and Personal Data Initiatives, founding member of the advisory boards of Nissan, Motorola, Mobility, Telefonica. He is on the board of the United Nations Foundation's Global Partnership for Sustainable Development Data. And he has received numerous awards and prizes, among them such as McKinsey Award for Harvard Business Review, the 40th anniversary of the Internet from DARPA, and the Brandeis Award for Work in Privacy. And more I could continue introducing for a very long time. But Mr. Pentland, I wanted to ask you another question related to the social contract. A social contract is very much based on the principle of inclusiveness. And it intends to bring on the board very wide range of stakeholders. And it looks that those stakeholders are the ones who are very much supporting social contract. But there could be also partners which are very enthusiastic at the very first moment, and later on they start questioning effectiveness and necessity of such contract. Have any policy solutions have been considered for containment or let's say criticism of actors who violate the agreed principles? Please, Mr. Pentland, floor is yours.
I'd like to focus on two issues that come along with a social contract. One is freedom, and the other is accountability. So freedom sounds like it's not terribly central to this, but I think it is. And I'd like to sort of look backward to, say, around 1980. At that time, we had the first generation of AI being distributed and used. Now, we don't call it AI today. We call it business intelligence or ERP or something like that. But basically, you had computerized systems that helped with management and administration. And that made it cheaper to centralize services and control. So in the United States, for instance, which I know best, you saw the disappearance of local banks. They essentially vanished because it was cheaper to have one big bank for everybody. You saw the disappearance of local hospitals because it was cheaper to administrate a big hospital for the whole region. You saw the disappearance of all sorts of civil organizations, and you saw the centralization of government. What that does is it makes it more efficient. That was the argument. But it also makes it so that one size fits none. Whenever you centralize and set a uniform rule, if you're not very careful, then you end up marginalizing minority communities. And that is a source, I believe, of a lot of the discord you see in society today. And a lot of the inequality that you see is that, yes, the rules are good for the majority, but they're not good for every community. The way around that, of course, is to allow communities to be self-governing and to be able to have their own regulations about things, their own investment, their own school, their own healthcare, etc. And today, which is really interesting, one of the promises of the new sort of AI type systems is that you could make those distributed systems just as efficient as the centralized ones, but you would give more autonomy to communities. So it would, of natural consequence, be much more inclusive because communities could tweak the rules a little bit for their particular case. And more importantly, they would have a measure of control again and the understanding and responsibility for their own actions. So one of the things that comes with enlightenment is also the notion that you get to actually have experience with governance, the experience with consequences, the ability to customize for your own community and culture. Now, we can, if we are careful, make regulation that provides guidelines, but preserves local autonomy. And then the question comes up, of course, about accountability. How can we make sure that the basic rights of all the citizens are preserved if this is not centralized. And I think that one of the things that's ignored too much in these new AI systems and all of these things is accountability. We need to be able to know what factors went into a decision, what data went into a decision, and what the decision was, so that we, the community, the citizens, NGOs, government, can easily evaluate whether there is some compromise of basic rights or some harm that is being delivered. And today, that accountability is hidden by the notion of ownership of data. So companies say, oh, that's proprietary, I can't share that. But we make banks reveal much of that data. We make telcos, highly governed industries, have to reveal enough of their data that we can regularly evaluate their behavior and whether they're biased, fair, whether they're following the law. But today, the digital companies don't. And so I think that's an important part. And if we have regulation that is guidelines but allows local autonomy, the notion of being able to have auditing of records of what each community is doing, of each company is doing, so that we can easily detect and cure defects in the system is critical. So that may sound a little techie, but basically it's a question of, do we allow communities their own autonomy within reasonable limits? And if we do that, how do we ensure that basic rights are enforced, which is accountability? And I think those haven't been highlighted enough in most of the discussions that I've seen. So I would like to re-emphasize that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Indeed, very relevant points. And I'm wondering how to put in practice, on the one hand, providing more autonomy for local communities. And I think that in very many countries, communities would be praising your point and would take them as one of the criticism targeted at their central governments. But on the other hand, how to combine this increasing local autonomy with empowerment of communities, because not all communities are on the same level of development and their awareness of what autonomy brings to them. And then another point, which is related to accountability, because to take autonomy is something what communities want, but it comes with accountability. And this indeed is a very complex way of bridging different shortcomings still existing today in the world of AI. Thank you very much. We definitely come back to that point. And now I would like to introduce the next speaker of the panel, Thomas Patterson, who is Research Director of the Mikhail Dukakis Institute for Leadership and Innovation. He is Professor of Government and the Press of Harvard Kennedy School, and he is author of very many books devoted to journalism, political communication, and such book as Out of Order, which is very well known among political scientists and journalists, received the American Political Science Association's Grabber Award as the best book of the decade and decade in political communication. Thank you very much for joining us and being with us. And I would like to ask you a question related to the IVAS value system. And you are also one of very big advocates of social contract and IVAS. And how to put the system at place. I think that this concept will be very much tested. It's very innovative, it's very promising, it has a lot of potential, but at the same time, I think for very many consumers of this concept, it's still quite not clear how this model could work and what will be the role of this model in the age of enlightenment. Please, Mr. Patterson, floor is yours.
Well, thank you, and I'm delighted to be with you today. You know, Yeah, I think it's an important question. And, you know, we've got an answer to, I think, a small piece of it, or an attempted answer to a small piece of it. So, you know, as we at the Boston Global Forum thought about the potential of AI to spur a new age of enlightenment, and as we thought about the implications of placing the rights and interests ordinary citizens at the center of the social contract, we wondered how we could kind of test those assumptions, kind of a proof of concept, if you will. And out of that plan, or out of that thinking, came our plan to create a virtual city that will provide ways through AI to enhance and nurture the lives of ordinary people. Now, the virtual city will have a physical component. We'll have an office in Boston and also one in Phan Thiet, Vietnam, which is a seaside coastal city to the east of Ho Chi Minh City, formerly Saigon. But otherwise, it's going to be a virtual city in its entirety. And it'll be open to anyone who wants to be part of that city. There'll be a small membership fee. You can think about it as paying your taxes, if you will, that will provide the funding to support the activities that will enhance the lives of citizens. And in return for that, residents will have a digital home in the virtual city. Coming with that will be secure computing, data storage, a cloud service, access to data sets, software programming, and the like. Residents will also have access to a virtual university. Now, it's not going to be of the traditional kind. It won't be degree granting, but rather it's designed for lifelong learning. And already we've assembled over 200 courses on subjects ranging from leadership to the humanities to AI. And the courses will be free to members of the community. We'll also have a virtual forum in our city, and there residents will have free access to frequent talks, seminars by global leaders from politics, business, philanthropy, the academy. There will be an innovation hub in the city, a place where individuals and firms can discuss their concepts with experts, practitioners, and who can help them bring those ideas to life. We'll have a virtual market. It'll have all components of a regular city, but again, it's a virtual city. There's going to be a virtual market, and this is shaped differently than traditional markets. What we are going to do through that piece of the city is to help individuals and small businesses build their brands, help them to understand how to build their brands and how to enter the digital space with their goods and services. We're going to have a virtual heritage center that will expose residents to the world's great museums, great orchestras, and the like, and that will give them the opportunity to speak and talk directly with curators, orchestra directors, and others who are in the cultural space. Now, that's only some of what the virtual city will contain and will offer for its residents, but I wanted to give you some examples of at least of how we see the virtual city as a test of AI's ability to enlighten and empower ordinary people. And we're going to be launching the first phase of the virtual city on January 9th of the coming year. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And I'm already wondering how people could become residents of the city, but probably you could elaborate on that a little bit later, but definitely we will come back to this issue. And now I would like to introduce the last speaker, but not definitely least for today. It's Mr. Nguyen Antoine, who is the initiator of this discussion and who is a big friend of the Riga conference, and he's the one who always initiates discussions on social contract and artificial intelligence in the global age of enlightenment. And he is the CEO of the Boston Global Forum and director of the Mikhail Dukakis Institute for Leadership and Innovation, co-founder of the IVAS Innovation Network, co-founder of IVAS City. And he was the founder of and CEO and editor-in-chief of VietnamNet, Vietnam's preeminent online newspaper. And he was also founder of and CEO of the VietNet, the first internet service provider based on TCP/IP in Vietnam. And Tuan also served on the Harvard Business School Global Advisory Board from 2008 to 2016, and also chair of the International Advisory Committee of UNESCO UCLA, chair on global learning and global citizenship education at the University of California, Los Angeles. And in 2017, Tuan, together with Mr. Dukakis, founded AI World Society, and together with Thomas Patterson, Nazli Kotri from MIT, announced the concept of AI government. So very many initiatives leading to connectivity, which I mentioned at the very beginning, among different residents of our global world. And I wanted to ask you, Mr. Tuan, you have already presented the main ideas defined in the book at the United Nations and different international conferences. What were the first reactions, positive and also critical ones? Please, Mr. Tuan, floor is yours.
Thank you, Zanetta. Thank you so much for your invitation. And I'm so moved and honored today to discuss with our panelists and our people at Riga Conference 2021 about the book. And I highly respect and appreciate Riga Conference 2021. And this is founded by President Vic Rebecca when she was a president. And I think Riga Conference is a very significant and great contribution for peace, security, and development of the world. And I have very great experience 2 times in person with Riga Conference and last year online also. So Boston Global Forum and Riga Conference, very, very close friendship and partnership. And also we are very highly appreciated with our friends today in panel. They are distinguished contributors for the book as the President Vic Rebecca, Zanetta Ozolina, chairwoman also, and Professor Tom Patterson, Professor Nazli Kotri, and Paul Nemeth, that is great contribution and co-author of the book with very important chapters of the book. And also, I'm very highly appreciate and so moved to say thank to Governor Michael Dukakis. He is a great leader to inspire me and our college to visit the book. And he's always asking me that is how to build and make the world better with AI and digital and blockchain. And also I'm very honored and thank Mr. Ramu Damodaran, first chief of the United Nations Academic Impact and co-chair of the United Nations Centennial Initiative. He is a great friend and great partner with Boston Global Forum, between Boston Global Forum and the United Nations Academic Impact to create the United Nations Centennial Initiative and the book. And he is a great friend and great thinker to contribute for the book also. And I'm so grateful to say thank all co-authors and distinguished contributors of the book. As the President of European Commission, President Ursula von der Leyen, Prime Minister of Japan, Shinzo Abe, Secretary General of the United Nations, Ban Ki-moon, and many leaders, many big thinkers of Harvard, MIT, and the world. So I would like to say thank you very much for that, and also today you ask me about that, how to receive. I think very exciting, and I will say something about that is the age of global enlightenment. So very short to introduce about that, because we talk about in the title of the book, the age of global enlightenment. Many people will ask, what is the age of global enlightenment? And we short define, and also any concept and principle was published on the book, and thank Riga Conference 2021 published and recommend and introduced on website already. And I short brief that is we need, and the world need, a new model for future when United Nations 2045, 100 years. With technology, AI, digital, blockchain, and new situation, new status, and especially after pandemic COVID-19, the world need to build new model for better, for safer, for peace, more peaceful, and for the people. And we need to reduce inequality between countries, between people. And so how AI, how digital, how blockchain, new technology can help, and also most important, that the people. As President Vic Rebecca talked, that is most important, the people. Technology is a tool for us, so that platform for us. So we need that is mechanism, concept, principle to enforce, to make sure new technology, AI, digital, and blockchain make the better world and serve the people, not harms human being. That is concept and the purpose of the book, and define the age of global enlightenment. The first political and social order. We talk very much about the social contract for the AI age. That means not for AI, for the AI age. That means for the age of AI with new technology, but for people, for politics, for the society. And we talk many things already about the social contract, and thank for Riga Conference 2020 recommend and introduce us. Yeah. So the second, that is the in national law and global order and international relation, we need format, need standards from social contract for the IH, and also we build that is the global law and accord on AI digital. Yes, and Paul Nemeth, one of his key person to build the framework for us. Professor Nasli Chukri from MIT also is one of the key team member to build this. And also for economy, that's a Professor Alexander Penland have new ideas, charted economy, charted data information economy, and we try to bring equality of opportunities for every citizen, every normal, ordinary people can approach, can build and create their works and life by the new technology with platform that we name that concept, that is the new, that is the community innovation economy. In the book, Professor Penland also mentioned very much, and we will discuss more on to how to apply in AIWS City with AIWS innovation ecosystem, as Tom mentioned already. And we have culture, we build a culture in the age of global enlightenment. That is very important. We diversify culture in the world. And with this new age the age of global enlightenment, we need to build standards, common values, and also we can have diversified culture. But dominate that is the tolerance, forgiveness, respect each other, and honest, and we can get support very much from technology. As AI assistant, they can support, can help and remind us and make the people more tolerant, more honest, and more sensory. That is also we bring very good lesson and case study from the war, that is tolerance, forgiveness, and reconciliation, that is between Vietnam and the US, that is two countries very painful past and history, but now became very good friends and very good relation. And also Vietnamese and Vietnamese culture, we are very much forgiveness and tolerance, compassionate. That is a great value, and Vietnam and many countries can contribute for culture of the age of global enlightenment. And also education, very important. We need program as global enlightenment education program. And as the President Vic Fabrica talked about role of education and information, we need to build information system for that. And key factor to succeed and to do that is that we can talk about how that well-receiving and discussion, debate about concept and principle of the book and the age of global enlightenment. The first, we have some conference and discussion, and one is the most important, that is two conferences in September. The first is that is World Leadership Alliance Club in Madrid conference from 7 to 8 of September. We named that the Policy Lab. In 3 days conference and panel discussion, we discuss concept, principle, and content topics from the book as a global accord on AI and digital, global law on AI and digital. And special, we set up and established Global Alliance for Digital Governance. That is, we coordinate governments, organization, enterprise, companies, business, and citizen, civil society to collaborate to build the age of global enlightenment. And we develop and invite a representative of Boston Global Forum to build and to collaborate and engage with global enlightenment community. Global enlightenment community is a co-author and distinguished contributors for the book. So from that kernel, we expand and we have very, very good, great representatives from 75 important cities in the world. And Riga is a very important and significant place in the Baltic area. And we are very honored to have Professor Zaneta Ozolina is a representative of Boston Global Forum in Riga and Latvia, and also Paul Nemis is representative of Boston Global Forum in Brussels and Berlin. Yeah, today also be here. And that, I think that is very well received and very interesting to discuss. And the second, that is we have built flagship cities model, that is to connect with the city. And we have a good presentation and good discussion in the conference in New York on September 20 by that is as a exclusive side event to United Nations National Assembly. And today we have this discussion, special discussion on 28th October. Professor Tom Peterson will join with panel together with President Bill Clinton. And Tom will also discuss about the book. And on December 12, we will have very special event as a Boston Global Forum annual conference. So that is the series of conference. And on October 21st, Paul Nemeth and I will join one conference in Vietnam for global law on AI and digital. Yes. So, and also introduce about the book and discuss about our concept of the book. The book will be published in some country as also in Vietnam. So by Vietnamese language also. So also we face, of course, with new things, with new hope and new ideas. We always face a challenge. I think all of us, 25, includes Senator and President here. We try to open, to set up a new road, new path, better for the world. And we try to contribute, and we connect with great people, distinguished thinkers, leaders in the world, join with us. And so far we attract very much, and I'm very delighted, glad to share with you that the great leaders and organizations join and partnership with us to do that in global global alliance for digital governance, to do it and to implement our concept in the book. Of course, we face many challenges from governments. Many and some governments, they continue that is, don't want to open, don't want to make a freedom of access to internet. That's some countries that they also, we have to convince, and I hope if that is a trend, we make concept and principle that is meet with need of the world, need with future of the world. I think we can convince, and not only we, I think that is many leaders, many distinguished thinkers and strategists from the world, around the world, collaborate, work with us to make happen in our practical model, AIWSCT, something like that. So thank you so much for your inviting me and set up this section and special section. And I'm so moved and so honored to work with Riga conference with Zaneta Ozolina, professor of Latvia University, and he also great thinkers in the world, and we have great friendship for long time, and I hope Boston and Riga have great mutual relation and close relation to contribute for the world. President Vida Vic-Fereker make great achievement, bring Riga became that is the flagship city in the world with lots of new ideas and connect with leaders in the world. And Riga Conference 2021 also continue that traditional is a place to new ideas, as today we discussed, and also new concept, and also reports and papers to contribute for the world in peace and security, and not only in Baltic area, but also in the world. And we honor and very delighted to work, and for a long time we continue to work together. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tan. You also added very important points to our list for the discussion. And your point that the social contract is not contract for AI, but it is contract for people, I think is very important, because today we all live in a very digitalized and technologically intensive world. It means that we also, as human beings, have to learn how to build relationship with other human beings, different social groups, different nations, cultures, via different tools. And it requires different efforts. And you mentioned yourself that leadership, this is something what is extremely needed to put forward new models of governance of digital world, new models of governing states, companies, and indeed there are a lot of challenges ahead. And another point which I wanted also to pick from your introductory speech is a point about digital culture. And on the one hand, digital culture requires different models of behavior, interaction, but digital culture also creates a lot of opportunities to learn, opportunities to acquire, to empower, and also to expand our skills and practices. Indeed, so many questions which we have to discuss in remaining 30 minutes. But I would, of course, I have my own very long list of questions, but there are questions coming in from the viewers of our panel. And here, and I need glasses right now, and here comes a question to Madam President, which reflects upon the issue of education. And the question is about how practically to make education at the core of age of enlightenment if there are still so many countries which are living in poverty, where a lot of inequalities exist. And the question is how to reach such an education which needs budget. So how to combine our strive for a better education with limited budgets for education in very many countries. Madam President, please, floor is yours.
I think the first thing to remember is that education and quality of education does not depend on the amount of money you throw at it. In our group of international experts who produced this upcoming report on the futures of education, we have Tarsila, a representative of the native population of Peru, who after all are a large majority, but an oppressed majority in their own country. And she and others across the world have emphasized that knowledge and information, practical information, as well as cultural information, but particularly character building and ethical formation has existed as long as humanity has been human. And it did not take money. It has existed in societies long before money was invented. And in fact, one of the recommendations of our report is to include into the futures education also this understanding that traditional cultures, even oral cultures that never even had writing, have a contribution to make in terms of human understanding, intelligence, and culture. In terms of the traditional general education that was introduced very recently, actually in the 19th century, in the second half of it, it's relatively, of course there were schools before, but they were always for small, privileged, special groups that education was reserved. Universal education is hardly 200 years old. Certainly it has not spread across the world evenly. There are places where it hasn't reached at all, but it continues. Statistics show that just as there is a lifting out of poverty, according to the SDG goals, thank heavens, a lifting out of larger and larger proportions of humanity out of poverty, so there are more and more people worldwide getting educated. Only COVID-19 as a pandemic has created in some places in the world and in some sectors of certain societies a retrogression, a stepping back, and a losing of the gains we have made. But education can happen with minimal monetary investment if you have the history of our people in Latvia, the history of how the national awakening happened together with the spread of alphabetization, of minimal education, the desire for continuing education is an example of how much can be achieved even with what would seem to be derisively small material resources.
Thank you, Madam President. And indeed, you mentioned one very important part of education in the age of enlightenment. We very often look at modern education from the perspective of the use of digital tools. However, there is a lot of knowledge, a lot of richness of ideas hidden into local communities, which so far probably we haven't used enough because of being so overtaken by modern technologies. And the balance between technological advancement as well as traditional culture, traditional knowledge, probably is one of the paths towards modern education in age of enlightenment. And thank you very much for mentioning this particular point, that money is not a panacea for everything. So you can have billions of dollars or euros, but if there are no ideas behind the money, unfortunately it will be just a waste of finances, as it very often happens. And here is another very interesting question I also wanted to bring to the attention of our panel. And questions goes like that. Many countries are considering following the Chinese model in authoritarian control over the internet. Does this inhibit enlightenment? And most probably this question is related not only to Chinese experience, but there are enough countries today in the world which are trying to introduce authoritarian modes of governance of internet. So what does it mean for the age of enlightenment? Probably I would like to answer this question, Mr. Petland, please.
Well, okay, so authoritarian governance of the internet. I think that a certain amount of governance, as Mr. Nimitz was saying, is certainly true. I think there will be differences in different places. The self-interest, I think, of any particular government is to have a much more broad discussion within limits. Different places have different limits. I think that probably the correct thing to do for those sorts of people that are exceeding the limits of inhibiting freedom of communities is perhaps a little bit like the carbon tax idea. Because they are not participating in the global discussion in a fair way, perhaps they should be at some disadvantage and harvesting ideas from the global communication, or in making use of those ideas in commerce and other places.
Thank you very much. There is another question which is related to disconnectivity, and the question goes like that. is there a threat of a splinternet in the world? Even the EU and US have very different approaches to internet governance. And it sounds like this question goes to Mr. Nemitz, because you were negotiating EU and US digital issues. Please, how you would respond to this curious follower of our discussion?
I think the most scarce resource today in the world, inside societies like the US or Europe, and also within our member states in the European Union, but also in international relations, is really the ability to agree and the willingness to agree. We really see, let's say, a spillover of increased individualism also into politics, and I think we have to relearn the willingness to agree. And what does this mean for technology and for the internet? Well, I would say I can only refer to my experience in the Transatlantic Reflection Group on democracy and the rule of law in the age of artificial intelligence, which is a group which brings together academics from different disciplines from the United States and from Europe. And in this group, it is very clearly demonstrated in the consensus manifesto, which has been published when President Biden visited Brussels on the 14th of June of this year, that democracy must shape also the internet and digital technologies. And I want to be very clear on this. Democracy shaping means not leaving things to self-regulation, but making binding rules which have to be respected and by everybody, and if they have democratic legitimacy, also must be enforced with the power of the state. Now, what does this mean to the ideology of the global broken internet? Yes, there is a tension. Because if one goes too far with this ideology of a technology not being touched and the global unbroken internet, as the battle cry goes, being the holy grail of everything, that means as a counterpoint that democracy really cannot put its hand on the internet. So I think we must recognize this tension. And what it comes down to is that we must apply the usual rules which we apply to limit laws and to shape laws in democracies. And what are these rules? So first, a law must be necessary in a democratic society. It cannot pursue goals which serve, for example, dictatorship or discrimination and so on. It must be a rule necessary in democratic society. And for example, the increase of illegal content on the internet, incitement to violence and hate, this makes some degree of regulation necessary. Second, the laws must be proportional to the purpose they pursue, the legitimate purpose they pursue. And third, very important also, we need independent judiciaries which control whether the law fulfills those conditions and whether the law respects fundamental rights and the basic procedural rules of democracy. So that's what I would answer. The highest law of the land is not a rule of technology, namely the unbroken global internet. The highest rule of the land should be rule of law, fundamental rights, and a functioning democracy. And I think many of us have to relearn this, especially those who spend a lot of time with technology and not enough time trying to deliberate and agree with other human beings. Yes, technology in education is important, but I think the truth is we must also reteach our children to engage in groups and with others, and to have the stamina to work with many people and to try to agree on things together, because it's not easy. We need the stamina of programmers and of coders also in democracy. We need people to sustainably engage with other human beings in democratic process. And we must be careful that spending too much time with machines maybe leads our people and our children to lose this ability to agree. So, I mean, we could now start a big discussion about the parallel ascendance of these social networks and the mobile phone, which our children and we spend hours on, and populism at the same time, and anti-democratic tendencies. You know, there may be a relationship. If people become very impatient with other human beings because they are used to deal with a great performing technology, you know, what does this mean for democracy? I think we must relearn that patience with others, the willingness and ability to agree, is something we must train in our societies, and we must learn, and we must also look at technology from this angle, namely ask the question, what does technology contribute to our willingness and ability to agree on things? And I would say, as a last sentence, the fact that we can now discuss in the way we are discussing today, across borders, over the internet, over such a distance between very different cultures, is certainly a positive contribution of technology to this relearning of the willingness and ability to agree.
Thank you very much. And indeed, who could disagree in democratic countries that binding regulation and self-regulation are very relevant, and ability to come together and to discuss issues, to agree and also criticize each other is one of those basic values of democratic societies. But I'm really wondering how to manage, I even not using the word govern, but manage relations with different engaged parties, for instance, from democratic internet world and non-democratic internet world, because legal instruments could work in those societies which agree upon this legal instrument. But if we are debating such issues as the digital world, where you can hardly put any borders, hardly can put globally any legally binding instruments, how to introduce this at least some kind of framework of governing this process in order to minimize negative effects of the digital world. Probably it's too complicated for such a long discussion, but probably, Mr. Patterson, you could a little bit elaborate how to live and how to manage those diversities existing in digitalized world. Please.
Well, thank you for asking me the largest question. I appreciate the running room that goes with it. But, you know, I think one of the things that's often underestimated is the importance of standards and how standards can be used to norm behavior. So, you know, when we were thinking, for example, about the social contract, and then how do we actualize that? How do we get that to be something more than just an idea? And, you know, and what we came to was a conclusion that there's a need for something like an international accord for AI that establishes kind of basic norms, principles, and the like for AI uses that would apply to individuals, would apply to governments, would apply to firms, and so on. Now, you're not going to get all of the countries of the world to sign on to an international accord of that kind. But if you think, for example, about the landmine treaty, and the impact that it's had, you know, you bring countries on board, and then, you know, the countries that aren't on board are sort of outside the pale in some ways. They you know, and it's a way to think about them. So I do think that working for some international standards, and I think there's a lot of interest in the US and in Europe to think internationally about developing some of these standards. I also think we shouldn't underestimate the power of ideas. You know, if you go back to the original age of enlightenment, you know, what was driving that was ideas about different kinds of structures, you know, and different ways of understanding. not relying on religious dogma, but instead on knowledge. I think we're in a new age where I think we need some new thinking and we need some new ideas about how we can use AI to advance many of the kinds of values that we all agree to. And, and when we begin to think in those terms, I think one of the things that's kind of missing, and one reason why it may be hard to get buy-in from some parties we'd like to get buy-in from, is I think unlike the original stories that were kind of bubbling up from Locke and Rousseau and the like about self-government and self-determination and basic human rights and so on, those are easy for people to understand and to grab hold of and want to be a part of. I don't think we have yet developed a really good story that relates to enlightenment in the AI age, as to that can really get parties from all different parts of society to really buy into a somewhat common vision about what we can achieve by appropriate uses of AI and what kind of risks we need to avoid.
Thank you very much indeed. Very difficult business ahead of us. But I wanted to pick one very important point which you mentioned among others, that the discussion about artificial intelligence, it's not only about technological advancement, but it is very much discussion about values. And this is a very relevant point because very often discussions about technologies, they go either way, either what's happening with technology itself, or separately what's happening with those who are consuming the products of technology. But values is exactly the glue which could put together technology, human beings, and enlightenment, as you mentioned yourself. But I would like to ask one question also to Mr. Tuan, because we are very fastly moving to the end of our discussion. And during our conversation, between the lines, there is always a question about implementation. That the social contract, on the one hand, is something what can be agreed upon relatively easily, because it's about indeed principle, some principles, about some values, about some points which glues all us together. But then the question is how to put it at place, how to make the social contract work, because there could be, of course, some participants who wouldn't be very happy about all manifestations included in the contract. And Mr. Tuan, what you see, what could be the driving factors which could put further, faster social contract and really to make it function in full speed and in full capacity? What would be your, let's say, the most relevant factors you would like to offer for those who would like to implement social contract? Please.
Thank you so much, Zanetta. I think the key factors to build the age of global enlightenment is the most important for practice. That is, we set up global alliance for digital governance. And I say already a little bit, but in conference World Leadership Alliance Club in Madrid last month, we established already, and we have great leaders, distinguished leaders, thinkers, strategists, innovators, joy to connect, engage, and convince government, business, and civil society to do. And that is kernel. We built kernel global enlightenment community and AIWS city, as Professor Tom Peterson recommend. And this global enlightenment community will bring and engage and deliver global enlightenment education program. As the Professor Tom Peterson and our board members and leaders, and this is follow with ideas President Vic Rebecca about role of education and information. She talked very impressive at the conference in September about it, and we are developed, and President Vic Rebecca contribute for this very special program together with Governor Michael Dukakis and very important Colonel people and you, and also representatives of Boston Global Forum around the world. Enjoy this global enlightenment community, and also we engage with cities potential to become flagship city to implement and to practice. And we built that AIWS city, that virtual city, and also we connect with some cities in Vietnam, and as a Phan Thiết Nha Trang, and also we connect with some very traditional city in the world. As I say and discuss with the Latvia leaders, that is Riga also is very important flagship city for the world in the age of global enlightenment. And we have very good meeting and discussion with President of Croatia, Kolinda Grabar-Kitarovic, in September. She visited Boston and joined with our meeting and discussion with Governor Michael Dukakis and our board members of Boston Global Forum. And Dubrovnik, also very good city and beautiful and wonderful city with traditional, and now they can become innovation city for that is practice and implement with a new concept for the AI age of global enlightenment. That is some example. And also Tokyo, Boston Global Forum have very good branch in Tokyo and Japan, and Tokyo and Japanese leaders and our people there very enthusiastic to do that. That is we global cities together in connect with virtual city, AIWS city became flagship city in the age of global enlightenment with Global Alliance for Digital Governance, and AIWS.net, that is the network of AIWS innovation. And so that is the people, perception, have perception, awareness, and support and endorse for the book, the Remaking the World Toward an Age of Global Enlightenment. And also we are build AIWS city accuracy, that is the justice and accurate information system. And also finally, that is the reason why we will come to Brussels and Hague in Netherlands to discuss with people there to think about that is the mechanism, enough power to enforce global laws across. Because now you can see we have international court, we have some mechanism, we have juristic nation, but not enough powerful, not enough power to endorse, to enforce our decision. Yes, so and how we can do, we continue discuss, that is very important to make sure to practice and to reality to make our concept happen. And this is a long trip, long road. We are stuck at the road, and you also one of the pioneer in the road. You have contributed a very important chapter in the book and also with ideas. So we start now that global enlightenment for digital governance, and we have global enlightenment community, and we start to do by that. Yeah. And we open and very humble and very respect opinions and contribution from the people. Any that we open to discuss based on standards norms of social contract and how to make that norm standard and make the model that is relevant and that work and happen and the people can accept, because everything we create, we try to do that is to serve the people, serve the citizen. As the Governor Michael Dukakis and our leaders at President Vaida Vik contribute for Latvia and many countries, and also thank again President Vaida Vik contribute very much for social contract for the IH and also Boston Global Forum for a long time and Francis, and that means we start and we do, and I hope that is we serve the people. People will contribute together, because only one purpose, only one goal, that is make the world peace, security, and better, and the citizen, normal citizen, ordinary citizen, ordinary can have happiness and have good health, a good life, and career. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. And you yourself offered a very good final remarks for this discussion, because you mentioned that the work which you have done so far, it was just a preparation for the starting point. You laid the grounds with this book and also with numerous discussions which you had before in different capitals of the world, introducing social contract and also idea of IVAS city. Since this is just a starting point, the work, hard work, is ahead of you and all of us who are supporters of this idea. And today's discussion is one of those contributions to introducing ideas and to making them work. And in order to make the social contract work, you also yourself, Mr. Tuan, mentioned civil society is needed, business society is needed, governments are needed, and also leaders are needed for introducing those ideas. It will be hard work. There will be a lot of critics around. There will be a lot of question marks, but it's part of the magic of democracy. Nothing is easy, nothing is going without any questioning, contesting, and argumentations. So the work has been already done, substantial one, but hard work is still ahead of us. And I wish you who has contributed to this book, but also those who are going to read this book, good luck, success, and really to reach the point when we could say, yes, we are all living in age of enlightenment. Thank you very much, and see you next year in Riga Conference 2022.
Mogliśmy obserwować również żołnierzy, którzy przyjechali tu.
Ladies and gentlemen who are joining us, just for the sake of clarity, I will take off my mask for a moment to introduce my distinguished panelists who joined the Riga conference, the debate on women, peace and security. And as a chair of Latvian Transatlantic Organization, I'm really very honored that we are having this discussion already second year in a row. And it looks that also in the next conferences we will continue this tradition and we'll talk about one of the most relevant issues in the global affairs, not only about the resolution 1325, which is definitely one of those founding cornerstones and also departure point, but if we look at the present world, then the world is very much dominated by different types of conflicts, and number of conflicts is only increasing. Unfortunately, also the Global Peace Index tells us the situation is degrading in that respect. And another point which I wanted to mention is that conflicts definitely influence lives and future of all members of society. But very often women become victims of those conflicts, and very often they also share the burden of daily lives. They have to take care of their children, of socializing of the family, and also they become a very decisive players in post-conflict reconstruction and also in building resilience. And as far as the narratives are concerned, then I think that majority of the UN nations agree that this is a serious problem. Otherwise, the UN Security Council's resolution 1325 wouldn't be adopted. But if we look at the real situation, what is happening on the ground, what is the situation in those conflict areas, then actually the resolution is a narrative, but it is not an effective tool of really building peace and stability. There are more efforts needed. And before the panel, I looked at some figures which are elaborated by the World Economic Forum. And the World Economic Forum's report tells that if the same trajectory of development prevails, it will take 135 years to close the gender gap worldwide. 135 years. It will take 145 years to attain gender parity in politics. 267 years to close the gender gap in economic participation and opportunity. Not very comforting message, and this is one of the reasons why we are having this debate. We cannot wait 200 years. We have to do something right now. And therefore, indeed, I'm very honored to have today on our panel three very prominent speakers. And I will introduce shortly with them because their CVs are much longer than our time allows us to introduce. I will start with introducing His Excellency Kevin Rex, who is Canadian ambassador at Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. And he has very long career of diplomat. He was advisor to the Prime Minister from 2004-2006. He was also acting director of the Canadian International Development Agency's Afghanistan Task Force from 2007-2008. Besides that, he was also engaged in International Trade Stabilization Reconstruction Task Force, responsible for civilian deployment, and also he served at Canada's permanent mission to the United Nations in New York, as well as in Kandahar, Afghanistan from 2006 to 2007. So indeed, so Ambassador, your long diplomatic career as well, your experience in Afghanistan will be very crucial for our discussion today. Then today we have with us Dr. Sarah Haroni. from Israel, and she is a lecturer at the Ben Gurion University at the Negev. I had a pleasure to be there. So, her areas of research are feminist security studies and United Nations Security Council's Resolution 1325 in Israel. And also she does a lot of studies on women's peace and security issues. She has very long list of different publications in such distinguished journals as Politics and Gender, Social Politics, Security Dialogue, Cooperation and Conflict. And Sarah is also one of founding members of the Haifa Feminist Institute Feminist Center. Ambassador and Sarah is with us here in person. We have the third participant online, and it's my pleasure to introduce Lena Lastrika Mokrenchuk, and she is press officer, Operational Command North in Ukraine. Before the war, she was a teacher of history at school, a teacher of journalism at universities, and also she is a specialist in information warfare. And with the beginning of the Russian aggression against Ukraine, she had to leave everything and go to defend Ukraine. And at first she was a volunteer, and from August 2015, she is a serviceman in the 72nd Separate Mechanized Brigade, and she was also active participant on the Euromaidan. And she is also experienced participant in operations in eastern Ukraine. And besides her career in army, she also is author of 4 books about Ukrainian-Russian war. Thank you very much, Lena, for joining us and being part of our discussion. And I would like to spin out our discussion with one question, which I will ask all of you. And how is the Resolution 1325 tackled in your countries? And probably I will start with you, Sarah, because it's subject of your research, and then we'll go to you, Mr. Ambassador, and then to Lena. Yeah, please.
Good evening, and thank you for inviting me to this very, very timely discussion. I want to start by sharing a memory that I have from, I think, 2002 or 2003, when I was a young activist living in Israel. That was before I did my PhD. And I was involved in women's issues and was getting more and more curious about the impact of the armed conflict, which then was the uprising, which is known as the Second Intifada, on the lives of Israeli women. And we heard about Resolution 1325, and we knew as local activists that the international community was starting to pay attention to women's situations. And we tried to find ways to link this abstract resolution, which it was a little bit before the internet was so prominent in our lives, so we had to rely on other sources of information. And we had to figure out, how do we make sense of these words, right, which were very declarative and very far away from us. And the first allies that we as young activists had were actually the Canadian ambassador in Israel.
It's a good start.
Yes, it's a good start. And it's an interesting start because we, as very local actors, did not have enough knowledge. We did not have international contacts. We did not have funding. And we also needed someone from another country, I think, to tell us that we are doing something right, that this is true, that our intuition that our voices matter is not just something that we are thinking about. And so an act of recognition was really needed in for us to start local projects that had to do with 1325. And the Canadian embassy, or the Canadian ambassador back then, tried to open some doors for us and to tell us, to bring people to speak to us, to encourage us to translate the resolution, right? So the first thing that women did in the first, I think, decade after the resolution was passed in the UN was this amazing translation project, translating the words into local languages. So women in different parts of the world could actually read the resolution in their own language and make sense of it. Now, the resolution we know today was only a starting point in a creation of a full-scale agenda, and this agenda has developed very much. It has developed within international organizations, but also on the ground with local actors like we were, trying to make sense of it in very local terms. So in Israel, since then, and I'm very interested in the way local politicians and local decision makers and local activists engage with this international norm, because I believe that while international organizations are important in creating standards and norms and expectations, it is local women who actually have to live through armed conflict, and they have to make sense of armed conflict. Whether they create local laws, like in Israel, there was a legal reform that basically mandates the participation of women in peace negotiations, or whether it is about the protection of women during armed conflict, or just raising awareness to what happens to different groups of women when there is an escalation, like in Israel, once in a while. So I think that these have been very, very important notions. Maybe we'll talk about this a little more later, but yes. 1325 really has a long history that is both global and local, and I think we need to pay attention to the very, very different interpretations and the very, very different ways in which women in different contexts engage with this new, I guess, normative language. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sarah. And indeed, you brought up already several very important issues. And the issue of how local communities meet international norms. Mm-hmm. Because very often it seems that this resolution is a normative document which demonstrates commitment, but then there are no ways how to reach the local communities. So probably later on you really could elaborate a little bit on that. Mr. Ambassador, so Canada is so well known about different issues related to human security. And women in conflict is also one of those Canadian very high-profile policy landscapes. So how in your country this resolution is tackled?
Well, first, thank you for having me here. It's nice to be back in the library. And I wanted to start with a bit of a caveat. I am joined in person and virtually, and with yourself as well, Professor, by actual, real, live experts on this. And I'm not. You know, I am, however, a firm believer. I've committed, you know, especially in this role, a lot of my resources and career to it. So I believe it and I committed it, but you know, I think it's important to acknowledge that I'm not an expert. And importantly, given what I look like and who I am, it's hard to be. And so I recognize the sort of position of real privilege that I come from. And my goal then is to be a friend and a supporter and aspire to be an ally, which I think is something you have to earn through consistent action. And that's certainly something that I've really committed myself to. But one thing I am pretty good at is bragging about what Canada does, which is the focus of your question. So this one at least is pretty straightforward for me. And as you pointed out, this has always been an important issue for Canada. So Canada had a seat on the UN Security Council in 2000, is obviously a non-permanent member, when 1325 was adopted. So we were one of the co-authors and co-sponsors of the original 1325. Then following its adoption, Canada co-founded and formed the Group of Friends on Women, Peace and Security, which is still in action today, which has more than 60 of the missions in the United Nations. More recently, especially under our current government, the feminist foreign policy is sort of the anchor stone of everything that we do abroad. And that includes with our Ministry of Defense. It includes how embassies operate. And 1325, and then the Women, Peace and Security National Action Plan, and Canada adopted its second National Action Plan in 2017, are at the cornerstone of that. And so when we look at programming dollars, for example, when we look at really anything we do, we're doing it with through a lens of a gender-based analysis. It's mandatory training now for every Canadian diplomat abroad and programmers to go through gender-based analysis. I can tell you when I first joined the government, not only was it not mandatory, I mean, it had to be explained to what a lot of us was. This was not, you know, gender analysis was not a key component of my university education when I was a student. So it's something that I learned through my professional career, thanks to the grace and, quite frankly, patience of some of the really superb and brilliant women that I worked with when I was at the aid agency. So Canada has you mentioned I used to work for but a Peace and Stabilization Programming Fund. It's about 100 million euros, and 95% of that has to be committed to initiatives that support the WPS initiative. More recently, Canada introduced our first ambassador for women, peace and security, Jackie O'Neill, and Jackie joined us here at this event last year virtually. We would have loved to have had her back because, unlike me, she really is an expert, and she's a much better speaker, and she's brilliant and charming, but difficult to fly from Canada these days. So, but she's been a great spokesperson for us, and we've had her involved in several activities, and we're really lucky to do that. We still co-chair with Uruguay the Women, Peace and Security Focal Point Network. Canada is one of the spearheaders of the Elise Initiative, and the idea behind that is I think a lot of what we're talking about in this session, and Professor, it's exactly what you mentioned, that it's great to talk about things at the United Nations or in forums like this. What actually is the substantive change is providing training and resources for women to serve as negotiators in conflict settings, to serve as soldiers, to serve in peacekeeping missions, and those require resources and it requires training, and we're very happy to support that. And I think it's some of the other questions I can get into some more specific details about what we're doing. And then we also have to recognize, as Canada, it's great that we're proud to speak about it, and your story about our ambassador in Israel is wonderful. I hope one day someone tells a nice story like that about me. But we have our own failings still as a country. You know, you can't say that everyone back home is always behind this, so we have to work on our own education. You know, we promote women in the military, which is important, and in police services, but our numbers are not fantastic either. Actually, Latvia's numbers are better, quite frankly. So we're on our second national action plan. We still have a lot of work to do, and we recognize that. And it's something that we look at with a very conscious lens now, I think, all the time.
Thank you very much indeed. Latvia, in very many respects, in terms of numbers, look very good, either in Army or Ministry of Defense, also in police, but it's a different story if it goes to gender equality from the perspective of how do you treat different issues, yeah? So it's like intertwined in everything what you are doing. And probably we sometimes assume that everything will happen anyway and not paying attention too much to that, but therefore it's a very important point which you made. And now I would like to turn floor to Lena, and how UN Resolution 1325 looks from Ukraine's perspective.
First and foremost, I would like to thank representatives of Canada and Israel, because we always feel your support in our fight dealing with what is happening now in Ukraine. Without your assistance, your support, it would be very difficult for us. When it comes to the role of women in the army, there are two aspects here. On the one hand, when military action started, the role of women has increased on the one hand, because there are no men and women in the army, there are just military persons, and you either fulfill your duties and you are thanked for that, and if you fail to fulfill your duties, you are demoted to a different position, no matter whether you're a man or a woman. And the other aspect mostly concerns interpersonal relations, because there are some men, military men, who cannot get accustomed to the fact and reconcile themselves with the fact that women are fighting together with them, and there might be some conflicts on the personal level. They may prevent women from growing and climbing the career ladder. But normally this conflict can be easily resolved. Another aspect to be mentioned here is that women often are not ready to assume the responsibility properly. They come to the army for a very different reason, just as men. Some come to the army to earn some money. Some would just like to find a job. And if a woman knows how to make food, she comes to the army to cook for the soldiers. Well, the same is quite characteristic of men, but those women who are really ready to perform very serious duties, they realize themselves in the army as well as they do in real life. My daughter, for example, was in the artillery and a commander, and she didn't have any obstacles. We had Lena, who had been a professor of physics and mathematics, and she became a very good commander of a mortar brigade, because her background enabled her to perform that duty at a very high level. So there are, how to put it in Russian, there are lots of, not specialities, maybe professions, which women can excel in as well as men, and not differ from men. And of course, there are things women are incapable of. Let it be repair of military equipment and military machines. So women will not be able to lift some heavy parts, so women are not used there. So it is not a question of gender, it's a question of your ability, whether you can perform the duty or not.
Thank you very much, Lena, and we will come back definitely to you with different questions related to situation in Ukraine, and particularly how women are contributing to post-conflict reconstruction, and I think that there could be also different women's capabilities which sometimes are even more useful than men's capabilities. Thank you very much. But now I would like to ask Mr. Ambassador again. We talked about Resolution 1325 from your country's perspective. But looking at different publications and also different discussions taking place in that regard, there is a lot of criticism. The resolution was adopted 21 years ago. And if we look at conflict zones and also in those regions with high level of violence, the implementation of this resolution actually lags behind. So we cannot say that, yes, this resolution delivers. It probably delivers in terms of thinking. It organizes our mind, and also in some countries more advanced, it serves as some kind of a cornerstone. But what do you think? What are the main reasons why this resolution doesn't work as it was intended?
Well, I had, as you mentioned, the privilege of serving in the United Nations as a delegate for Canada. And when you're there for a long time, there's often a sense among delegates that you spend days and days haggling over commas and semicolons. And as a native English speaker, you often have an advantage where your colleagues say, how does this sound better? And you can try to manipulate the language. And we always talk about the UN doesn't really work in leaps and bounds, but it's a series of small progressive movements year over year over year. And maybe one year you just managed to move a comma, and the next year you managed to add one word. But when you add that up over 20 years, it does affect change. And you referenced 1325 as being a cornerstone. And I think that's a very good description for it. Because when you are a government or a politician or a minister or an activist or a representative of a non-governmental organization, it's very handy to have something that you can hang your proverbial hat on. And so a adopted UN General Assembly resolution is one of those. So it does that. It serves as the bedrock, the foundation on which you can build. And whether the build is getting it translated so that you can then use it to build your own organizations, or whether the build is then saying, well, then based on this as a foundation, we will we'll implement our own national action plans. And then those national action plans, because they're federal documents, have specific commitments that say, by 2026, we'll go from 14% women in the military to 25%, and we will spend $100 million trying to train so many women in activities related to peace building, to negotiation, to conflict resolution, and those are the piecemeal things. And you're all hanging your hat on that foundation of 1325. And then it's those subsequent activities that are meant to tackle the problem that you very rightly point out, that despite the resolution that's now 21 years old, we haven't fixed the world. But we haven't fixed the world in very, very many ways, and we recognize that now. And even the fact that we are talking about it, that we're having this conversation, that Latvia itself has adopted its first national action plan. I mean, this is all progress, but progress is slow and incremental, I should say, whether it's in combating COVID or whatever else. But I don't think we should punish or dismiss the foundation document that we have, and that we have been able to successfully build on it, but it is very, very much a work in progress. And the three of us being here and our colleague being there is just one small piece of that, and it's good to talk about it, but it's better to do things about it, and hopefully someone watching or some people in our audience have some inspired takeaways and start moving towards that. The fact that it's now a common theme at your conference is a small success as well.
Yeah. Ambassador, when you were serving in the UN and you were mingling around with different diplomats and the policy makers, is there really some kind of a common sense among UN diplomats that this is an important part of global affairs? Or still there are some countries which are, let's say, front runners and some are just considering that this is not an important issue? There is no huge difference in country perceptions on the role of resolution?
Massive difference in countries' perceptions of everything at the United Nations. So we don't all look at children the same way. We don't look at gender the same way. We don't look at norms around democracy, around media freedom, around anything. And this is why the UN exists. If all of the countries were on the same page, we wouldn't really need the organization, and we'd live in this wonderful sort of utopian society. And so the forum is one for conversation, but what you do come out with at the end is the majority of the states believe in this, and that's enough to push, and you see a transition over time. So 21 years ago, the number of countries that may have supported it, and I don't have that number off the top of my head, is, I am positive, much less than it would be 21 years later. So we are constantly moving that yardstick, but we don't move it by meters, we move it by centimeters. And so it's painful when you step back and you say, well, it's been 21 years, we ought to have sorted it out. But yeah, it's a forum for debate and discussion, and we have that debate and discussion because we don't agree on a great number of things. Even amongst friends and allies, we often don't agree on a great number of things. But there we are. Better to talk about it than to fight about it.
Yeah, no, definitely. I remember one of Latvian diplomats once stated that it's better 3 years to discuss rather to fight for one day. So in that respect, definitely it's true. But also it's a very encouraging message that number of countries who agree on the resolution is growing. And I think this is a very substantial issue, that they are not on the same note. And now I would like to ask a question to Sarai. When I was in Israel a year ago with several of my colleagues from Latvia, shortly before the pandemics, we were lucky enough 10 days after we were in a lockdown. We visited very many communities in Israel, And at least it was my impression that community life is very relevant. So probably in Latvia, we are not so much sticking to community life. We are more sticking to Riga life. But the locality plays a very substantial role. How active are women organizations on the ground, and what roles they play? Because conflict is a constant feature of Israel's daily life.
This is a very good question. I think that one of the things that we've learned in the last 20 years is that context matters. And context is not only the kind of war, the type of warfare like we have in Ukraine. I think this is a war between two states, and it is a very high intensity conflict, where in Israel we have a protracted, long conflict. And so we have communities that have been living with or beside different kinds of warfare for quite a while. And for example, the Jewish towns outside Gaza who have been exposed to rocket attacks, I think for about 20 years, an ongoing exposure, and also Palestinians who live in the West Bank and in Gaza who experience within their daily lives the impact of ongoing conflict and military occupation and etc. So we actually know that this is an ongoing situation. And this means that in order to survive and in order to cope and in order to resist and create alternatives or alternative visions towards peace, we cannot just rely on formal politics or on the government, right? So communities to survive in such a situation have to find a lot of sources of power. And so, for example, we see within the communities themselves. For example, I've done research, ethnographic research, in the Gaza, outside the Gaza Strip. And we found these close networks of women who work together every time there is a crisis, an escalation, a rocket attack. These women have a very clear network. They share their duties, they go out and help each other, they search the town, they know exactly whose house has been hurt, and they have learned how to cope. And these women really form a very, very important part in what we call the resilience of these communities. And this is something that's sometimes unnoticed because it is, women's work. So sometimes we don't even think about what they do as security or as something that is so essential for survival, but it is. And another kind of activity that sometimes is overlooked is women's activism, political activism, social activism, grassroots movements. And in Israel, because of the ongoing conflict, it is hard to be a peace activist. And many people don't believe that a solution to this conflict is possible. And so women who are also peace activists have to work very hard to get noticed. And they have to really find ways to, whether it is by protest or by creating dialogue or by working on policy issues or by petitioning the courts. These women have to be very, very creative and also very strong emotionally and collectively. So we are seeing that the impact of the conflict goes always. Women are not these passive victims, right? They have to find ways to cope, to organize. And so while we do see this pattern in other places, every place is different. So I think I can stop at this.
Yeah, thank you very much. And actually here is a question which we will tackle a little bit later, exactly related to that issue. But I wanted to ask a question to Lena. You heard right now Sarai's explanation of situation on the ground, that women are very active on community level. And Lena, are there women organizations in Ukraine dealing with peace and security issues, particularly on the ground in eastern Ukraine? So, and how those organizations are linked to community members? What kind of job do they do on the ground?
So by community, you understand our villages or small rural parishes, right?
Yes.
So we have slightly different situation. I have visited Israel many times, and I know the way of life of that men and women are operating and acting separately, but historically, it has been occurred that women and men had equal rights and duties, especially in Transnistria, especially when our guys were digging the trench and came and identified and detected very ancient burial that has been a girl, a young woman who had protecting and defending her native country, and it has been a really grave made for her. And those coming to us, they are saying that that has been very strong woman and women. We have not distinction on separation between duties for men or for women. If something must be done, these are men and women, but regarding the rights, that depends on the situation. As regards peacekeeping or organization of peace and security and civic organizations, so we have organizations dealing with some specific and particular issues, but one of the brightest examples is volunteering organizations. So when everything is very peaceful, everybody goes and does whatever he or she needs to do. But when our nation is endangered, or our children, as a situation when our children were beaten up during Euromaidan, and then all and every man and woman of Ukraine stood up and defended our children, irrespective of the gender, whether that was a man or a woman. Everybody was really installing tents, the trenches, the obstacles, etc. So we didn't pay attention whether that human was man or woman. And I had subordinate drivers who came, assisted for some time, and then left. So I also have done much. And we also brought the protective vests, irrespective of gender separations. Regarding the protection and defense on international level, these are Irina Mirashenko and Pyotr Poroshenko, or any other politician who has been successful in those processes. I would not say that we have some distinct and very demonstrative distinction or separation. In terms of gender equality, we might women should feel themselves more as politicians. So that, of course, means some additional pressure as not paying so much attention for family or children. And women must really do both. And so a woman, as a politician, must protect and defend all the issues which are pertaining to the country and to her family. For instance, these are practical issues like mother, for instance, is working by 6 p.m. and there is no place for children to stay after school before they go home. And I think that the situation has really improved for better because there is no choice for women to be made to raise children or to go in politics or to be active in the community.
Thank you, Elena. When we were discussing women, peace and security issue from perspective of effectiveness, from perspective of implementing this resolution on the ground, there was always one question actually pending, and it derives from criticism of implementation of this policy, but also from the perspective of effectiveness. And I probably would like to ask this question to Sarah, because you are also doing research on this issue. It's much easier to evaluate, or at least to present state of affairs, if you have certain criteria, at least a few indicators, which you can apply as a measurement and saying, oh, like Ambassador said, there were less countries supporting, now there are more. So what would be your, as researchers, proposal? What should be those indicators telling that, yes, situation is improving or situation is worsening?
I think this is a great question. So implementation, we have today a certain dogma, I think, of what is the best, what are the best practices in implementing the WPS agenda. And I think, for example, national action plans are seen as a very good policy mechanism or a policy tool where countries, on the one side, they actually say that they accept these global norms and they want to address them, but they also have enough freedom to find their own foci, right? Their own issues, their own ways to interpret the resolutions. So that would be a good benchmark if whether or not a country actually adopts a national action plan. Now, Israel does not have a national action plan on 1325. And this is a very interesting question for me as a researcher. I ask, why is that, right? How come this country, which has quite high levels of gender equality, which is a democracy, which does comply with various international norms and conventions that deal with women's rights, and has a very strong tradition of adopting international norms in terms of women's rights, why does Israel not have a national action plan? And there's no clear answer. I think some of it has to do with domestic politics, and there's certain ways in which Israel responds to security norms. So there's a question about sovereignty here, whether states have their own way of localizing these norms, and whether national action plans are actually a good benchmark. So, okay, so Israel does not have. Now let's look at another option. What if we take, for example, international negotiations, right? Let's see whether Israel incorporates women in international negotiations, in peace agreements, okay? Now, we had the Oslo peace agreements in the 1990s. Those were very extensive agreements with the PLO and later with Jordan, and some negotiations with Syria that never really came through to a peace agreement. And since then, we really didn't see much of negotiations with neighboring countries. But in the last year, we have seen a very, very important political change when Israel basically had a series of agreements with countries in the Gulf region, the Emirate regions, Bahrain, etc. And this is a very dramatic, I think, move in terms of becoming more invested in the region. And I really think this is important. And I think that Israel has to change the way its status within the Middle East. But did we have more women in these negotiations? Well, the answer is no. We actually didn't make much progress since the 1990s in terms of the numeric representation of women in these negotiations, and also in terms of language, because these agreements have been titled the Abraham Accords. Now, this name, even the name Abraham Accords has a gendered twist to it, right? And one can ask, well, why not the Abraham and Sarah and Hagar Accords, which are these symbols of religious histories? And I think the answer is, well, clearly there were no women at the table, and that is why this language is so gendered. So I think we really have to pay attention to processes and to say, well, why is this happening? Why does this seem so normal after 20 years here? Yeah, these are serious questions, very serious.
Thank you very much. But it's interesting that measurements which you mentioned, at least the first one, regarding action plans, it would be some kind of general acceptable to almost all countries. But when it comes to peace negotiations, like for instance, in Latvia's case or in Canada's case, we were not engaged in peace negotiations. However, it's a very important issue. And by the way, it's very much criticized that actually over hundreds of years, you could hardly see a single woman whatever peace negotiations were taking place. But still, yeah, I think it's something what those who are doing WPS have to think more about. So how to elaborate.
And I want to add something. I want to add something, that there is a paradox. Because on the one hand, it seems that things don't change. As if, we don't have, in Israel, we don't have a national plan, or women are not negotiators. But at the same time, we have a very strong civil society movement. We have very strong women's organizations. We have more and more women in the diplomatic corps or in the foreign ministry and in security. Women serve in the Israeli army, right? And we have more and more women integrated into peace and security. So these are paradoxes. And sometimes we cannot really understand the full picture and the possibilities at a given moment. Maybe in the next decade, we will see more women in Israeli negotiation teams. It's just a question of timing or ripeness or just demanding that they are there. And I think persistence here is very important. It takes a lot of time, and it takes a lot of resources and will, political will, to move these things, especially in places where we actually need this, like Israel, like the Ukraine, and the Baltic region, which by itself has different, security issues.
Yeah, definitely. I wanted to ask Lena a short question because before we move forward, Lena, are there any influential women organizations in eastern Ukraine who participate in stabilization in the region?
I would like to address the preceding question concerning quantitative indicators. Let us take our Ukrainian army before the war of 2013 and now. Now we have 35% of women, unlike the previous situation where there were about 9% of women. Presently, our women hold higher posts, including commander posts. Now, for example, the commander of medical forces is also a woman. And in our political corps, there are lots of women. As far as women's NGOs are concerned, who are participating in the stabilization post-conflict, I don't know such influential organizations of women for one reason. We didn't used to have a need in purely female organizations. We normally have integrated organizations of both men and women. When it comes to the organizations helping to stabilize the situation in Donbass, we lack them. There should be many more of such organizations. What hampers the process? What prevents civil population from coming there and setting up such organizations? Just as in cases described by Sarah, the people have already been so tired of war that they don't want to listen any military narrative. And we need to attract more women to get them involved, maybe set up some unions of mothers or women of Donbass to address the issues which are typical, characteristic for those regions and not characteristic of the country at large.
Yeah, thank you very much, Leda. And now I will turn floor to the attention of panelists to the questions asked here via internet. And the first question is, does the Women, Peace and Security agenda have common areas of collaboration in spite of different stance, opinions on gender politics? So that's what we discussed before. We discussed what is happening in Canada, in Israel and Ukraine. But so what is a common ground? So who would start? You, Ambassador, or Sarah?
The professor of...
Professors always have to be first.
So I think this is a good question. To understand I guess the collaborations or the common issues, we have to understand the conflicts. We have to understand what are the differences, right? And what are the issues where countries disagree. And I think that the term gender by itself and the references to the protection of women in armed conflict is something that not all countries agree upon. And I think that in some places we will find competing interpretations of what does it mean to protect civilians. Why do we need to protect civilians? Who are civilians who should be protected? And I think this has to do with the interpretation of international law and the interpretation of the Geneva Conventions. So while certain countries have a clear stance that all civilians should be protected during armed conflict or hostilities, countries that are involved in armed conflict find this very difficult to accept, or I guess to actually do this. And I think for Israel, which is basically a much stronger force vis-a-vis Palestinians, for example, this is a very clear dilemma. Who is responsible for the well-being, for example, of Palestinian women and girls, right? Is it the Palestinian Authority or is it the Israeli military? And these are deeply political issues. It's not only about humanitarian concerns. It's about politics. And I think that we really have to flesh out these disagreements and to understand what are common areas. And I think that most of us would agree, and many countries agree, that, for example, fighting sexual violence or sexualized violence during armed conflict is a very, very high issue on the agenda. Ensuring women's freedom from different sorts of violence, really taking care that women have access to basic services, to water, to childcare, to health services. And I think these issues are still in the core of the WPS agenda. But we always need to remind ourselves and others that it is about lives, women's lives and well-being, and their children's lives and well-being.
Thank you, Ambassador.
Yeah, I mean, of course, I agree entirely. The answer to the question, though, is just yes. right? The WPS agenda is based on a common framework, and again, to use your word, it's the cornerstone document, which, to just reiterate, Professor, what you said, such as, women are underrepresented in the peace process and are unfairly impacted in numbers that, the men fighting can't even fathom in the conflict. And so, that needs to be fixed. Now, how each country then does it, which is the second half of the question, is different. So the 5 elements of Canada's National Action Plan, for example, are not the same as the 5 elements of the Latvian National Action Plan. And if Israel had a National Action Plan, one of ours, for example, is to increase the participation of women in the armed forces. I don't think that would need to be one in Israel, quite frankly. So, so we take the foundation, and then you focus on where you are in that linear progression, and then what you can do. Canada is very privileged in our geographic location, in the peace and stability that we enjoy, which is largely a privilege of our geographic location, 3 oceans and rather large neighbors to the south. And we're comparatively wealthy. So our obligation then is to take our experience and our peace and our wealth and share it in a way that we can't expect some other countries to be able to do. So those are the variations, but the theme is absolutely the same, and there's no disagreement on the foundational theme of the WPS and 1325.
Elena, I wanted also to ask you a question which derives from Sarah's previous comments that in Israel's implementation of UN's resolution 1325, at the very beginning, big role was played by international partners. And philosophy of WPS was to very large extent brought by cooperative efforts between Israel and international partners. When you in Army are dealing with international partners, and Ukraine is very good at cooperating with different countries in military field, is a gender issue also part of your collaborative agenda?
Here, I have to thank Sarah for having paid attention to that aspect of fighting sexual violence during military conflicts and who has to deal with helping the civil population, because the fighting army physically is incapable, often incapable of helping the civilian population. We're trying our best, but our best is not enough to secure the situation of the civil population. That is why we need support of international organizations in this field, OECD and other organizations coming, the Red Cross, which cater to the needs of the civil population in food, water, because there are several settlements within the conflict zone which are located in so-called gray zone. People there can't buy bread, can't buy clothes, and they are in great need of help and support. And of course, such kind of collaboration is being carried out. And on the other hand, we'll need Israeli experience of how to cater to the needs of people in conflict zones. And here, as it seems to me, the role of women wouldn't be overestimated, because women, if such organizations are set up, would be able to take care of the civil population. And there should also be half military male organizations that would collaborate with women's organizations, helping them, protecting them, because as you know, we still are exposed to shootings of the civil population, some 6 kilometers from the line of front, the Russian side would bomb residential buildings. People would remain homeless without anything. So we need to help not only those who are in the so-called gray zone, too close to the conflict zone, but we also need to pressurize the Russian side, because the war, as we see it, as we, the military, see it, that we shouldn't affect the civil population. The civil population shouldn't suffer. And in this, we really need help and assistance of international organizations.
Yeah. Yes, Ambassador.
If you don't mind, if I can just follow up, but I think you were asking as well about international cooperation, and Canada is exceptionally proud of our cooperation in Ukraine. Latvia is home to the largest standing military presence anywhere in the world, but the second largest one is actually in Ukraine, and it's the largest permanent foreign presence. It's a training team. The last commander, Lieutenant Colonel Lake, one of the first female commanders of it. But in contributing to the Ukrainian armed forces through training operational stuff, and I think it's 50 million euros to date, a big focus of that has been on targeting some of the areas. I mentioned at the beginning that when we do programming, we look at it through a gender-based analysis lens or through a WPS lens. So a lot of that programming has gone towards building up the percentage of women serving in the forces or in the police force. Canada has police trainers there as well. And then the focus there is, what my two colleagues were talking about, is raising awareness on how to properly tackle gender-based assaults from a police officer's perspective. So it's a friend and a partner supporting our allies, but doing some of that support really through this lens of WPS anchored in our own national action plan.
Mm. Yeah, thank you. I also wanted a little bit to touch upon women's issue in Afghanistan. So because this is one of those very hot spots which we are now watching from TV screens and internet screens, not being able to be present there and to assist at the present moment. And I wanted to ask Ambassador Rex, since you also have your experience in Afghanistan, and indeed one of those social life areas where substantial improvements were visible despite different weaknesses in the country, despite different problems in the country. It was definitely improvement of the situation of women there. And recently I was watching news, and there was one journalist from Herat who was giving an interview and sharing her everyday life concerns about her physical life, about her career. And myself, I was remembering at that moment meeting the first prosecutor in Afghanistan, female prosecutor from Herat. And they were very proud that this city became some kind of a flagship in progress in women's rights. Yeah. What we can do at the present moment from outside?
If I knew the answer to that question, I'd be in some very, very important job. I mean, I don't know what we can do from outside. Sorry, you started with a story, so let me tell you one of my own. I was deployed in 2006. This doesn't seem like a very long time ago in my mind, but I suppose it is. And I recall being struck, so I was at the time a development advisor. My job was to work with the Canadian military on development programming. And I was invited to the governor, so we were in Kandahar in the south. I was invited to the governor's New Year's Eve party. And it was 5,000 people or something, huge event. And we go there in a military convoy and get out, and it's meant to be quite festive. But certainly I was very quickly struck by the fact that at this celebration of some 5,000 people, the influencers and the leaders and the tribal elders and the people affecting change, there was one woman there. And she was the Canadian captain who was our convoy leader. And that was it. So this entire event, and you thought to yourself, you know, all of the efforts that we're trying to put in, and how do you affect effective change for more than half of the population when you can't even interact with them? And so fast forward then to the last few years, and things really did change and they really did improve. And I think that's what's important to remember. I was there, my deputy at the embassy just came from a 2-year tour in Kabul. Many of the Canadian Armed Forces members here served there. And we left a lot of behind, including some of our friends. And so you look at that experience and wonder, you know, what happened? But you mentioned, you know, education. Under the Taliban, there were no girls in school. And while we were there, we were, you know, working with the community and with the ministries to build schools, but also ensuring that you know, women girls in this case, had a chance for education. And there is an entire generation of women that got to go from kindergarten through to university that would not have had that. And that has to, I have to believe, that has to shift the dynamics of what this country is now. And I don't know what that will be, but it absolutely has to. But some of the other success stories, so the embassy was involved, you know, Afghanistan actually does have a national action plan on women, peace and security, 2017 to 2022. Probably it's not being so strictly implemented by the current regime, but it had one. You know, Canada at our embassy had a Friends of a WPS working group where they were investing in training women negotiators. Some of those negotiators ended up being the very people in Russia and Qatar who were negotiating with the Taliban. We're very proud of Deborah Lyon, who's a former Canadian ambassador who now represents the United Nations there, who is sitting around the table, who stayed behind when, you know, everyone else was closing down embassies. So there was change, there was improvement. What it looks like going forward, I don't know. It's a challenge. It's sad for those of us who are there. It really is. But you have to believe that we helped an entire generation, and that I think that has to count for something.
Ambassador, when I asked this question, I was not thinking that you have a crystal ball and you will provide us with a clear action plan. But I was asking this question mostly about those countries which were assisting Afghanistan to pursue their peaceful, or let's say post-conflict reconstruction period. And now we are facing quite uncomfortable situation. So in order to sustain the level which was achieved, assistance has to be continued. But how to assist under Taliban regime if they do not respect women's rights?
Well, and that's the very debate that's happening. In fact, none of our governments have recognized the Taliban regime. So how do you even negotiate with a regime that you don't recognize as a legitimate government? You know, there is a legitimate government in exile, and this is something that the Baltic states can certainly relate to too. So is it temporary? Does it last forever? Do they modify their behavior in a way that allows for international cooperation? These are the questions that the experts who are working largely in Doha are tackling. And you know, we will, I guess we'll have to see. Certainly, we've heard public pronouncements that it will change, but the reality on the ground doesn't seem to indicate that that's the case so far.
Exactly. Okay, now we are moving our debate further on, and here is another question, which unfortunately I cannot read because of light. Ambassador, could you please?
Sure. I feel like I'm on Jeopardy. For 10 points. Are post-conflict areas also a, quote, crisis that shouldn't be wasted for the WPS agenda, or do they regress any WPS efforts?
Okay, who is going to take this question? Sarah?
I think, I hope I understand the question. So I want to talk about post-conflict and what do we know about post-conflict? And the post-conflict is a very, very strange situation because nobody really knows. Some conflicts, you know, they end, but many conflicts they just peter out or they just transform. And so when do we start actually counting the post-conflict period? When does it begin and when does it end? some conflicts, we can ask whether South Africa is beyond the post-conflict, or whether Northern Ireland has overcome the post-conflict period, or Bosnia and Herzegovina, right? So I think these are valid questions because each generation that is born into post-conflict has to resettle and reconcile the legacies of violent events. So I think post-conflict, in terms of women's memory, for example, is a very, very important stage. And I just want to say something very specific about this. For example, we know that sexual violence in war is a taboo issue. And sometimes women start telling histories or their personal stories of sexual violence only like decades after a conflict has ended. We know this because women, only in the 1980s or 1990s, women all over the world started to tell their personal stories from World War II. Sometimes it really takes decades. And so for these women, I don't know if the conflict has ended in many senses, right? And so this is something we have to think about when we think about post-conflict, and when we think about healing, and when we think about transitioning into a different future. And so I think that, yes, WPS is very relevant for decades after conflicts end. It could serve as an opening point for justice, for communication, for cooperation, for solidarity and assistance. And I think that we should really learn how to listen to the stories of civilians who have been part of very violent conflicts to understand the real damage that war can create for generations. And so, yes, I think this is a very, very valid question.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Lena, I wanted to ask you, what about government's attitude towards different activities on the community level? Is the government, national government, really aware what is happening on the ground in different communities, as you said, villages, in those conflict areas? What kind of relations have been built between those two entities?
I think that there is no significant role of the national government. So I think that the government has not been so interested, whether as that has been really laid as a burden on the shoulders of volunteers or non-governmental organizations, as they now are aware of what happens locally, or for the discretion of international organizations such as UNICEF or other international organizations. But the problem actually is much deeper, and the government should pay much more attention to the villages. These are, first of all, distant, there is no job, and people are really surviving on social benefits or allowances, or that they are producing something and are selling that. If there have been reintegration programs on specific territories in terms of requalification of women, for instance, and enabling them to earn for survival. In 2014-15, we had the experience of, I do not remember correctly whether that was Latvia or Lithuania, we had a very acute phase of the conflict, and therefore I'm sorry I do not remember exactly. We had a joint project. So people were producing their crafts, so socks knitted or tables, and they were sold in Europe. That is what those regions actually need. Opportunity not only and not to train them to receive allowances and survive on that, but really enable, empower them of sewing, making dresses, clothing, and then producing, really producing, and then providing an opportunity to distribute that. The second aspect I would like to pay attention to are children. Here, children, if they have schools in vicinity, they are attending schools, but there are free schools in one vicinity, more or less away of the conflict, but one is in the area of or distance or radius of the conflict. And the children, if there is fight or some air attack, children are hiding in the basement. But that would be a permit for soldiers, for the military to move the front line somewhere else, away from the school, so the children could really go to school and survive. And when the front line was moved, for instance, in specific certain villages, people were not afraid to go outside, at least. And while all the negotiation of moving front line or the opinion of military should be taken into consideration, as sometimes it happens that the point where from our army should be retracted, we do not provide an opportunity. Of course, we can move 100 meters away and the shooting will restart, but for that would not be. I would like so that the government would pay attention to the reintegration programs for those regions and for those areas and villages, so that a population of temporary occupied territories would enter the schools and universities without entrance examination, and women, so that they could come to study irrespective of their age, and they could also learn and acquire some new occupation. And children, what about children? Why children are from temporarily occupied territories can come and study without examination, and why children from front-line villages, which are currently under shooting, are not able to do so and are not allowed to do so. And that is a decision of the government, where is no military or any other activity of NGOs could really provide that decision. And this is our government to make such decisions. And while we are in the area of conflict, we are dealing more with practical issues, so to say. And I am currently located in a very small room because I'm in North Donetsk, and the conflict is slightly away, but still we are almost on the front line. And these are and government is located in more safe place so that to make such decisions.
Yeah, thank you, Elena. And indeed, you touched upon, from my point of view, two very, very important issues. And one is that your characteristic of relations between government and local community indicates, I think, a very vital problem, not only in conflict areas, but in principle as such. Local communities, they only know what exactly do they need. While unfortunately, if there are no sustainable and solid relations between the national government, in the end, it doesn't work. Yeah, it doesn't work. And another very important point, I think, it's about empowering local communities and organizations which are functioning on the ground. And this is, on the one hand, privilege of international involvement because there are special programs and special techniques how to do that. But this international support doesn't last forever. So there should be some kind of sustainability in this empowerment efforts. And that's what I was asking a question about Afghanistan. It's exactly the question about how to continue empowering, because particularly weak communities which are constantly involved in the conflict, they have very limited resources and also knowledge how to proceed with those empowerment efforts. And this probably is one of those issues which has to be tackled very seriously on international level when we were debating what we should do more. And it would be indeed this, from my perspective at least, empowerment of women's organization on local level. Because here is the strength. So this is a resource for women, but not only for women, but via women, children, education, and very often healthcare as well. So it's a very wide variety of different efforts. And Sarah, how it's in your country, this difficult type of relationship?
I totally agree, and this is something that we know, that assisting local women's groups with the projects of their choice. So believing them that what they ask for is really what they need, helping them create resources and infrastructures, whether it is in the field of education or in domestic violence or in real political work of creating coalitions or creating documents or really documenting issues. I think that's a very, very safe policy, because when we invest, and I say, I use the word invest, but I really think that when we promote and aid and support local women's groups, we actually get, we really help various segments within societies. And this, I think, has proven, this is really something that we have seen in the last 20 years. Around 1325, that local women know how to use funding and they know what to do. And so, and I think that this is a very positive aspect of implementing 1325 around the world. Really working in solidarity, listening to women, supporting their needs, and accepting that what they ask for is really what they need. So this is an important component.
Ambassador?
So I was thinking back to Afghanistan, and I won't embarrass any other countries out there. Maybe I can embarrass my own. That's okay. But we used to say that Afghanistan the landscape was filled with failed development projects, and because when your organization gives you lots of money to spend, and they want pictures and they want something flashy, it's very easy to build something. And frequently what happened, not just there, but all over the world, over the past many, many years, were projects that were designed and implemented by the donor nation, not by the receiving nation, with limited consultation with the host nation, with community organizations. And so if you don't feel that you're a part of that, then when it breaks down or fails, then it becomes that country's bridge or that country's road or that country's tractor, which, by the way, we never had spare parts for here. So it worked for 6 months and now it sits down. And so exactly the investment in community organizations, in education and schooling for boys and girls, for men and women, is lasting and is sustainable. The problem with it from the host nation perspective is it's being implemented by a government that may only be in power for 4 years. And they want to say to their voters, who, by the way, are the taxpayers paying for it, look what we've accomplished. And the first minister I worked with in Kandahar was Minister Zia, who was a brilliant man. And when we talked about all the work we had to do, he said very wisely, so we don't have any engineers here. And it will take me 20 years to grow a new engineer. And you can't fast track that. They have to learn to read and write, and then they have to learn problem skills and mathematics, and then they have to go to university. So 20 years. And most donor nations, most donor nation governments, I should say, I think the people are different, don't really think in 20-year long timescales. But to be sustainable and have the long-term impact that you're talking about and how that continues, that's what you needed to do. So we, the international community, had some successes in Afghanistan and other places, but we had a lot of failures too. And the Auditor General of some of our countries have pointed out some of those, those very, very expensive failures. But investing in people, in education, in boys and girls, women and men, that's the long-term sustainability. And so now the question is, we've done that. We've had some successes. There are some brilliant young women that are successfully graduated from university that are expert negotiators, that are expert engineers. And is there a place for them, and what can we as the international community do to find a place for them? And that's very challenging when you barely have a dialogue with the regime that's currently controlling the government. And that's what I think will be hard for all of us to wrap our minds around. Because if we just take them all in, then that's fine for our countries, because they become valuable contributors, right? President Vike Freiberger was a fantastic contributor to the University of Toronto, but she was also a pretty good president of Latvia. So we have to find a way where we don't just take the best and brightest, but we're able to support them. And it's difficult when you're not on the ground, and we're not on the ground anymore.
Yeah, thank you. We are very quickly running out of time, unfortunately. I think we could continue for a very long time. But I wanted to ask each of you one very short question, and a very short answer. If you would be, for 5 minutes, in shoes of Secretary General of the United Nations, what would be your one decision on women, peace and security which you would like to implement? Sarah. And then Ambassador, and then Lena.
Yeah, well, I think it's time for a world conference on women, UN World Conference on Women's Rights. This is what I think I would do. I would just call a global conference, a UN-sponsored conference. We haven't had a conference since 1995, and I think it is about time to do that.
Thank you. Ambassador?
As a newly appointed Secretary General, I support my colleague's initiative, and I'm happy to second it.
You have been diplomat for too long. Okay, Lena, what would be your take?
First of all, I would like to respond to His Excellency that you would be able to take everybody in. Well, you don't need to do that. We want to live in our country. We want to make it flourish. We want our population to be happy, although it is wonderful in your country. If I were a UN General Secretary, I would first and foremost ask the global community to pay attention to women in conflict zones so that women have more opportunities to realize themselves politically, exercising influence upon their respective societies, and for that we need to think of how to balance bringing up children and career. So I also support previous speakers. So let us convene at the UN level and discuss women's issues.
Thank you very much, Lena. And indeed, I'm very happy with today's discussion because so wonderful speakers. And I'm really admiring how you all three managed to cover global issues, national issues, and also local issues. And therefore, I think this debate was very fruitful for politicians if they were watching, also for activists and those who are dealing with WPS on daily level. On this positive note, I really would like to thank our panelists, those who were following us on internet and also were thinking about their role as UN Secretary General and their contribution. And I really would like to hope that next year, again during Riga conference, we will have as lively debate as today, and we will have as many practical recommendations and ideas which we had today. So thank you very much. Thank you, and see you next year.